just wanna
that intro doesn't get old. Welcome, guys, to Game 1 of the Pac-12 Championship. I'm Red, and yeah, this is not the usual layout, I know. So before we get into what happened today, I am just going to vent for a second. I fucking hate StreamYard for all that it is worth. I mean, my God, OBS is open on the other screen and it's not allowing me to grab it for some fucking reason. I don't know. I don't know if it's just being slow or what, but there you go. So I'll keep you guys in the loop as best as I can until we eventually get this fucking thing to work. Good evening, everybody. It has been a day in college football. That's for goddamn sure. It has been a hell of a day. So let's just kind of recap a couple of things here since before we get into what's going on here tonight in Corvallis. So number one, breaking news, Miami is still Miami. And the Hurricanes have absolutely imploded. They completely blew it against SMU in Dallas today in overtime. I mean, it wasn't even like they just barely squeaked by. I mean, literally, SMU got an interception and then just drove the ball down their fucking throats. So it was an embarrassment in Dallas for Miami. And it's just, honestly, it doesn't surprise me a goddamn bit. It really doesn't. Carson Beck, the main reason why they lost again. I know I made a joke about Mario Cristobal in Miami again, but it was Beck's fault, bar none. And I'll have plenty more to say about that next week, for sure. So let's go with it. Let's also talk about a couple of things here while I get this fixed up. I'm behind today because shit has been just fucked throughout the entire day for me. Pimp down as well. Pimp down. I'm sad to say Vanderbilt could not beat Texas. Texas actually bullied Vanderbilt, which is honestly surprising considering how Texas has been doing this season, but hey, it fucking sucks. Speaking of, we are underway in Corvallis, and State will kick the ball off. It bounces into the end zone for a touchback, and here we go. So the plan is OBS is going to sit on the sidelines until my computer decides it's going to pick it up, and then once it does, we'll switch back to OBS because it's a little bit more friendly on the frame rates on my computer. Pac-12 championship. What the fuck? This is going to be our Sickos Bowl of the week on week 10 chaos coming up this upcoming week. And the reason why is simple. This is a 2-game series to win the Pac-12 championship. This is game 1 of 2. And Washington State will start off on offense here. They'll hand the ball off. It's going to be a run to the left side, and it's going to go nowhere. Stuffed at the line of scrimmage there. Second down coming up. Even though Oregon State is not going to go to a bowl game this year, completely god-awful, just trash, they could still win the conference championship if they just beat Wazu twice. So we got our first game of the 2-game series tonight, and then they're going to finish it off at the end of the season. 2nd and 10 from the 25-yard line. Snap. Back to pass is Washington State. Going to chuck it to the outside, man. Wide open. Caught the 40, and he'll bounce out of bounds as Eckhouse shows off his arm there. First down for the Cougs. Good old Wazu. We're going to fly by the hip in this one tonight. I don't have the rosters pulled up or nothing. I understand also there's some very concerned parties that may be interested in what's going on in Toronto. Don't worry, I won't ignore the Game 7 of the World Series as well. 1st and 10 here from the 42-yard line. And Wazu trying to strike fast and early here. It's another run up the middle. This time it's successful. Gain of about 5. Second down coming up here. Jeremiah Smith is a fucking alien. Yeah, I know. He is not from this world at all. He really isn't. I don't know. We'll have plenty of time to kind of talk about everything that happened today because I genuinely did not see much of it at all thanks to the YouTube TV blackout. So, I got a lot of catching up to do in general. It's going to be a long night. 2nd and 5 from the 47 now. And we got a flag coming out. Going to be false start on Wazu. Somebody flinched on the offensive line, that's for sure. Got a defender pointing it out right away. John led referee tonight. Yep, false start on Wazu. So we're going to have Christ. We are going to have second down and basically 10 coming up here, I think. Yeah. From the 42 again. Second and 10. Ball starts usually drive killers. Eckhouse pump fakes once. Batted in the air. Incomplete. Third and 10 coming up for Oregon State, who are wearing their camo unis tonight. Clemsoning is back. It's time to Duke in Clemson. My God. I still remember when Duke beat Clemson at home 2 years ago. That was great. I remember watching that upset live. That was great. That was the first real sign that things were starting to break down for the Dabo Empire. Well, the game on Fox wasn't blacked out. I know I watched Fox and CBS Sports Network today. Trophy was also an interesting watch. We'll be covering that in Chaos 10 as well. Third and 10 for Wazu. Man in motion. Snap. Eckhouse back to pass. He's getting blitzed. Steps out of the pocket to his right. He's going to throw it deep down the field. He's got 2 men on it. Intercepted. It is intercepted. He threw it into double coverage. And Oregon State picks the ball off on the first drive.
You want this ball? You have to take it from me. Take it from me, baby. It's mine.
Well, that's how you start a fucking game off right there. That's how you start a Pac-12 championship off, and they're celebrating with the saw everything. I mean, that guy threw that thing and just underthrew it. He probably saw his wide receiver get open because he had to step on the corner, but he threw it on the run and he just underthrew the shit out of that ball. I mean, 2 men all over Paps, the intended target. Absolutely nothing going there. And it's going to be first down for Oregon State after the turnover. After we get back from a commercial, because of fucking course we will. BS is being picked up now by my StreamYard, so bear with me a moment, guys. I'm going to try to get this working. No. I'm trying to get OBS to work because the frame rate using ESPN's website is just so fucking terrible. I don't know why, like, my OBS is just not picking it up. It makes no goddamn sense at all. Like, do I need to fucking interact with it? Do I need to do some shit? Like, what do you want me to do? What's going on is my OBS is on another screen, and it just straight up will not pick up OBS right now. So I'm kind of fucked in that regard. Which is not fun. And I can't use an extra camera because then I got to spend another $40 just to do that. So, if anybody's got a recommendation for a website that will keep track of the score at a lower frame, you know what? Hang on. We might have to go old school. I'm not even kidding on this. We might have to go old school here. Hang on. I think I still have it. The old scoreboard. College football playoff ranking is this Tuesday. Yes. Technical issues again. I apologize sincerely for it, but OBS is just not working. I mean, it's working. It's just not being picked up on my computer. And I don't know why. So, trying to get it to do a different thing here. because I don't really know what else we could do. I'm gonna have to just suck it the fuck up. I don't know what else to do at this point. It's bullshit, but we gotta make our bed and land it. Snap. Oregon State's got the ball at the 17. They're gonna throw it to the outside. It is tipped away, incomplete. I'm trying to see here. There we go. All right. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to use ESPN's website for the rest of this video. I can't get around it. I don't know why. All right. 2nd and 10 coming up here for Oregon State. The Beavers. Trying to get their second win of the season here in game 1 of the 9 for Beavers. Yeah, this is not going to fucking work. Are we? Is it not lagging now? God damn. 3rd and 1, coming a first down, but barely. And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and call an audible here because ESPN's lagging this thing way too goddamn hard, and I'm sick of it already. So we're not going to do this the whole stream. So it's time to unfortunately deploy an old tool that I used to use last season, the old manual scoreboard. I'll keep you guys updated until we get to that point, though. 1st and 10 on the 28, Oregon State. Fake the sweep. Tosses it. Caught at about the 32-yard line. 2nd down coming up. There's that. There's that. All right. Again, just bear with me for a moment while I get this shit fixed. Going to be 2nd and 5. Run up the gut. Should be enough for a first down, it looks like. Yeah, you can tell it's been an absolutely fucking shit show of a day, huh? Yeah. God damn. It ain't going to be the prettiest, but it'll be effective. So we will have this issue fixed no later than this offseason. And there's going to be another handoff at the middle. They're going to get out to about the 43-yard line. Jesus Christ. Oregon State is making a run for it. Dumb Gamers with the 5. Payne. I'm sorry, buddy. He goes to Houston. And the Cougs are, without a doubt, the worst 7-2 team in college football. Take the handoff at the middle, run up the gut. And Dumb Gamers again with the 5. More pain. What's more painful here, the loss or your wallet? You keep giving me money. But I appreciate it. As always. At one point in time, he was known as the channel's Sugar Daddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. It went through twice. God damn it. I know, man. I know. I'm so sorry. Another pass to the right side for Oregon State and another first down. Now they're inside the Wazu 40-yard line. This is going to get interesting quick. All right. I'm getting the annual scoreboard. I'm going to try one more time to see if it's fucking picking up my OBS now. It is not. fuck OBS, and fuck StreamYard. Neither of you make me happy. I hate both of you. I'm also not that literate with technology. 1st and 10 from the Wazu 38, and that run is going absolutely nowhere. Stuff for a loss. 2nd down coming up for the Beavers. There we go. That's what we wanted, I think. Yeah, that's what we wanted. All right. Just how appropriate for the Sickos Bowl that I got to bust out the old manual fucking scoreboard for this. Give me a break. 2nd and 14, and that's going to be caught well behind the line of scrimmage. 3rd down coming up. They're just going nowhere in a fucking hurry right now, aren't they? Well, yeah, OBS is free, but free has a cost. As much as I hate to say that, free does have a cost, and this is the cost. It's when shit like this happens. And honestly, it's not even like OBS's fault. The computer's just not being picked up by it. All right, so here we go. 3rd and 18 coming up here for the Oregon State Beavers, and it's going to be caught at the line of scrimmage, but just goes absolutely fucking nowhere. 4th down coming up. Beavs, after the turnover, squander it, and they're going to have to punt now. So the Beavs are going to have to punt, and they're going to try to pin Wazu deep. It's going to bounce at the 8 and die at about the 7-yard line. Great punt for the Beavers, and that's going to take us to the break again. Okay, now that I kind of got the scoreboard situation sorted, at least for today, hey, Arctic, what do you want to talk about? Miami's probably going to be dumbass of the week for the first time since week 6. Yeah, it's looking like it, ain't it? Week 6 does not feel like it was that long ago, honestly. They're quickly making their case for dumbass of the season, I'll say that much. Let me take a look here. Tree's about to kick off his World Series shit extravaganza. There you go. What do we got here? Them or Penn State are the contenders. Yeah, it's really between Miami and Penn State at this point. LSU makes a strong case with everything that has happened to them, but fuck, dude. South Dakota State apparently is in the contention for dumbass of the week. They lost to Indiana State 24-12 in a rare FCS upset. My God. 24-point favorites, and they absolutely blew it. Unfucking believable. Wow. I thought about covering Cincinnati versus Utah, but then ESPN decided to fuck me. So there. And a couple of people were thinking that I should, just fucking, stream what's going on YouTube and use that. Well, here's the problem. I can't. It is so unbelievably unreliable to use a pirate stream to cover a live game. It's kind of ridiculous. it's good if you got literally nothing else to do and there's nothing else I could do about it. But quite frankly, I just didn't feel like it would be worth giving those pirates my time. Could I have gone to a pirating site and watched something like that? Maybe, but I also don't want to get my shit infected with malware because that can happen if you're not careful. And again, I'm not the most technology literate person in here. So what are you going to do? So here we go. 1st and 10. Got about 6:10 left on the first quarter clock. They're going to hand the ball off up the middle. Wazu does. They change possession. I got to move the football around here. It might be smart. And they're going to get a nice little run up the gut and get a first down right away. Another person suggested that I go to Sling because Sling does like a $5 one day deal for $5. And I looked it up, and I was about to do it, and then I realized it was going to charge my card $45. So I didn't do it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't make a lot of money from YouTube, and I don't make near enough to buy a bunch of different streaming services. First and 10, hands the ball up the middle. Gain of about 7 yards there. Second down coming up here for Wazu. They're out to about the 30-yard line now. So, I mean, the blackout was just such a pain in the ass. It's such a pain in the ass for everybody, honestly. Like, there's no fucking point for any of this to be happening. It's just executives wagging figures about money. 2nd and 5 for Wazu. Eckhouse, the quarterback's going to try to take it up the gut himself. Going to get met at the line. 3rd down coming up here. I'm going to try to keep up with what else we got going on around college football tonight and today because I know a lot has happened and a lot of it I can't watch, but we're going to do our very best. I know a lot of people, you can't really pirate CBS. I heard somebody say you can't pirate CBS because they're really strict about their shit. They really crack down. I mean, they only play like 2 college football games a week maybe, so I mean, I can kind of get that. 3rd and 5 for Eckhouse, rolls to his right. Throws it. He's going deep, and it's going to be caught past the 50, and it is going to be a first down inside the 50-yard line in Oregon State territory for the Cougs. And does Eckhouse have no eyebrows? I just realized that fucker don't have no eyebrows. God damn. Wow. This time, Eckhouse, man, beats a step, takes a step inside to his right, and the ball is right there immediately. Just a great play. Just a great play for Washington State, and opens it up a little bit. 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line in Oregon State territory for the Cougs. Eckhouse, he's going to dump it off to his right side, and it's going to be caught at about the 30. First down again for Wazu. Old Crimson marching. Should Louisiana bring Billy Napier back? I mean, I don't think it would hurt. They kind of suck. I don't think it could do worse than Billy Napier. Billy Napier would be an improvement, I think, regardless. Bring Sunbelt Billy home to the Sunbelt. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. From the 29-yard line for Wazu. Eckhouse hands the ball off. He's going to roll to his left side. He's going to be brought down at about the 23-yard line. 2nd down coming up here for the Cougs. That was Pulaski with the carry. How long is this game going to goose egg? Well, you got to remember here, these are the only 2 teams in the Pac-12 this season. They're playing for a conference championship right now. This is game 1 of 2. All right? So they're going to meet each other again. It's probably going to be a little bit closer than some people were saying, considering the disparity between the 2 teams. Washington State's at 500, Oregon State's 1-7. Like, come on. And that Eckhouse is going to get hit on the throw, floats it over his target's head, incomplete. 3rd and 5 coming up here. I don't think it's going to be a goose egg for very long, honestly, just because of the fact that Wazu's on the 25-yard line. They're well within field goal range at this point. Once again, if you want to support the channel and get your comments shown on screen, feel free to make a donation. Any amount will do. and it is appreciated. North Texas opened up a can of whoop ass on Navy. Yeah, you saw the stone cold celebrations on the sideline for every time they got a turnover. They blew the fuck out of Navy. Ship sunk. We got a flag on the play, actually, a late flag. They're calling an eligible man downfield on Wazu. That's going to back them up. So they're going to repeat the down. I mean, this is a game of the year contender, man. Fuck yeah. We got to go one then. Suck at ESPN. Pac-12 on CBS is where it's at. So 3rd and 10 from the 29 now. Eckhouse looks to throw for Washington State. He's going to get wrapped up, and it's a sack. 4th down.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
So there you go. Oregon State finds a way to shut down Wazu there. Now it's going to be a really difficult kick for Wazu to make. This is no longer a gimme. They had the ball inside the 25, and then the man downfield penalty and a sack backs them up. It's going to be 3rd and 17 now. Ball is on. They're calling it the 36, actually. Not horrific. Snap. Eckhouse back to pass. He's going to get hit again, and he is sacked. Sacked near midfield. They're out of field goal range.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
Back-to-back sackaroonies for the Beavs. And Eckhouse is eating rubber right now. He just got absolutely smothered. The defensive ends just absolutely bull rushed both tackles and blindsided Eckhouse. I mean, all you can do at that point is just tuck and fall. Like, there's nothing else you can do. So what was a field goal opportunity for Washington State becomes a punt. And it's going to be fair caught at about the 10-yard line. And goddamn, just when we thought we were going to see some points, we are still goose-egged up here with 40 seconds to go in the first. So, I mean, we got ourselves a nice little ball game going on here in Corvallis right now. I won't lie. I mean, a nice little ball game. Getting some drama. Interesting. I just realized I didn't fully share the stream. Hang on. Fuck. So, yeah, there's a lot we got to talk about with today. That's for sure. I mean, obviously, the obvious ones right there already. I just sucks because I didn't really get a chance to watch much of it, so I really don't have much of an opinion on what happened right now, except if I'm surprised or not, to be honest with you guys. Pac-12 would be absolute chaos every week. Yeah, I agree. It's a pretty good defensive game. Absolutely right, Root Beer. There we go. Trying to get the rest of this shit out here. Gonna notify the rest of the army. Fuck, I am tired. It's been a long day for me, boys. Hey, I don't know about y'all, but it's been a long day for me. I've been busy as shit. Since I couldn't watch football, yeah, I've been busy. Absolutely fucking slammed. There we go. Okay. Put this on Twitter. There we go. We're back from commercial now. All right. So Duke Clemson looked like a mid-2010s B12 Big 12 game today. Yeah, I agree. That was some stupid shit, wasn't it? All right. 1st and 10 from the 10, deep in Oregon State territory. Beavers and Cougs locked 0-0 here with about 40 seconds to go in the first quarter. Got a snap, hands the ball off. Going to gain about 3 or 4 yards on the carry there. 2nd down coming up. I just genuinely want to know what the fuck Dabo was thinking coming into the season. He had to have known, right? You don't fall down to this level and suddenly everybody's thinking that Duke is the better team in the ACC than Clemson. I was about to say Florida State's off to a slow start against the Deeks. As Doak Burns could be in the future. Again. Fuck. As if I don't have enough. And one play, and we're going to go ahead and go to the end of the first quarter. 2nd quarter coming up here in Corvallis. 0-0. Like a good old soccer game right now. Defensive struggle. Let's see what else we got going on here. Okay. So let's just I just saw something on here about breaking news. Lincoln University, a team that is not affiliated with the NCAA or the NAIA, is basically a team paid to get beaten up, is losing 48-0 in the 2nd quarter. Basically, Bishop Sycamore by college for Reddit college football. What else do we got going on here? Do a quick score update, shall we? Let's go around the horn. Get some score updates in. Got a lot of games going on. Honestly, the schedule this weekend wasn't that interesting, but I knew it was going to get interesting as soon as the games are actually played. So right now in the 2nd, Ole Miss is up 17-7 on South Carolina. We are tied at 7 in the Big House between Purdue and Michigan. Arizona is up 24-7 on Colorado. San Diego State up 10-7 on Wyoming. NC State is up 14-7 on Georgia Tech at the end of the first. I think we got technical difficulties going on at CBS right now because it's just showing the still image of the scoreboard. Okay, weird. Tennessee up 7-0 on Oklahoma in the first. Nebraska 7-0 on USC. That game's on NBC. 0-0 between Kentucky and Auburn. You got me right here with the Pac-12 title game 1. 0-0 here. 0-0 Florida State versus Wake Forest. And Arkansas State versus Troy is tied at a goose egg. Elsewhere, number 1 Ohio State. The beatings will continue until morale improves, and they beat Penn State after a slow start. You need to stop with the slow starts. Indiana takes Maryland to the fucking woodshed, 55-10. God damn. Georgia survives a scare against Florida, 24-10. And, yeah, I'm shocked by that result because I genuinely thought Georgia was good enough to come out in there and wipe the floor against Florida. But we kind of also expected that Florida, again, even with Billy Napier gone, Florida is one of those teams that if you are a fraudulent team in the SEC, you're going to struggle against Florida. Miami struggled a little bit against Florida. A&M did struggle a little bit against Florida, but then they pulled away. Texas fucking got beat by Florida. So, obviously, Florida is one of those trap game teams this year. That's just their role. Unfortunately, speaking of Vandy and Texas, the Pimp is down. Pimp is down 34-31. Texas beats Vanderbilt. SMU beats Miami 26-20 in overtime. Notre Dame, it wasn't pretty, but they did beat Boston College 25-10. Texas Tech beats Kansas State 43-20. Virginia beats Cal 31-21. They remain alive. Louisville beats Virginia Tech 28-16. Those two are at the top of the ACC right now alongside Georgia Tech. West Virginia upsets Houston 45-35. Your final there in Texas. Illinois beats Rutgers 35-13. Duke, as we were talking about earlier, squeaks a win out with a 2-point conversion over Clemson, 46-45. Baylor blows out UCF. UConn beats UAB. And Army beats Air Force for the Commander-in-Chief's Trophy, second game of the season. As Oregon State runs the ball on a sweep all the way to the outside. That's a huge gain. Going to be a first down for the Beavers after getting out of the red zone, their own end zone basically right there. And a nice little hole. Wasn't going to get much. Broke one tackle and then just ran for the sideline and just got a ton of yards. So there you go. 1st and 10 for Oregon State from the 30. Hand the ball off again. It's going to be another sweep to the outside. He squeaks through a pile of men and gets a yard and a half out of it somehow. Dude was surrounded like Eli Manning, and he still managed to get out of the pile. A couple other scores. They're doing a quick thing on the head coach. So like I said, Army beats Air Force in their game. That means Army versus Navy will be for the Commander-in-Chief's Trophy here in a few weeks. Army versus Navy is officially going to determine the Commander-in-Chief Trophy. 2nd and 8. Oregon State's going to throw it to the right side, and it is incomplete, thrown out of bounds. 3rd and 8 coming up here. It is a defensive stalemate so far in Corvallis. Speaking of Navy, they lost badly. They get stunnered by North Texas 31-17. And oh, hell yeah. The mean fucking green just won't go away. They are 8-1. And after beating Navy, they are right there in the American, probably with the advantage at this point. They're tied for first with Memphis and 5 other teams. Oregon State runs the ball to the outside, gets to about the 40, 35-yard line, and that is going to be 4th down, and that's going to be another punt. I'll put it like this, guys, okay? The American is a fucking mess. Right now, we are tied 6 ways for first place. 6 teams have 1 loss. If you want to be technical about it, Navy still has first place, but that's just because they've played 1 more conference game than everybody else. They're at 5-1 in the conference. Memphis is at 4-1. North Texas is at 4-1. Tulane, South Florida, and East Carolina are at 3-1. Okay? In conference play. Overall records, not even close to the same. And the punt's going to be returned out to about the 25-yard line for Wazu. They're going to be coming up here in a minute. So if you think about it, that's pretty nuts for the American. But that also means, if you're going to be really realistic here, Navy, Memphis, and North Texas are the only 3 teams in the American now that still have a shot at making the playoffs. And that is because Tulane, South Florida, and East Carolina, even though they're 3-1 in the conference play and they can still make the conference championship, have 2 or 3 losses. East Carolina has 3 losses, okay? So they're not going to the playoffs, even if they win the conference championship. That means the Americans' only hope right now is Navy, Memphis, or North Texas. That's it, okay? And that's if the American even gets in still at this point, because I genuinely don't fucking know what we're going to do here. Because if you go out to the Mountain West, well, I think the picture actually got a little bit more clear because UNLV lost today to New Mexico, and they were the only team in the Mountain West besides San Diego State that really were looking like they had a chance to make a run for the playoffs. Unfortunately, UNLV now has 2 losses overall in conference play, so they're not even going to get a chance to compete for the conference title now. They're basically out. So they're out of the playoff hunt. Deseret Dan Mullen is fucked. But San Diego State is at 6-1 in the Mountain West right now. If they play their cards right, they could be in the playoffs. if everything in the American falls apart, which as we have seen, it looks like everything's kind of falling apart for the American right now. They are just completely cannibalizing themselves at the moment. And there's one other team we got to talk about. And it is extremely important that we do because shit is fucked. The Sun Belt. Yes, the Sun Belt. Right? Where the fuck are you at? Hang on. Or is it? Oh, I'm looking at Conference USA. That's where I fucked up. The Sun Belt. James Madison in the Sun Belt is currently top of the conference at 7-1, undefeated in conference play. Handoff up the middle for Wazu, by the way. We are back from commercial. That's to the 31-yard line. Second down coming up. James Madison, if they win out, go undefeated in conference play, and the American completely implodes, and the Mountain West completely implodes, they could be in the playoffs. So the group of 5 playoff spot is completely up for grabs at this point. There is James Madison's one loss this season. It wasn't a conference opponent. It was Louisville. I mean, that's a good loss. If you're going to have a loss, that's a good one. Louisville's a good team. They're number 16 in the country right now. Hand off to the left side. They're going to get out to the 45, out to the 50. Still going out of bounds near the 45-yard line. So first down coming up for Wazu. Yeah, this is some real Pac-12 cannibalizing shit here because, I mean, if we're going to talk about it, the American is probably the most interesting battle for a conference championship in the country right now. Genuinely, it's probably the most interesting battle because going into this week, we had about, God, I want to say 5 teams that realistically still had a shot of making it in. Now we got 3 with Navy faltering, Tulane losing to San Antonio on Thursday night. I'm just saying, this is getting fucking nuts here. At what point does the playoff committee decide, okay, none of these teams are worth it? You can argue strength of schedule. Again, the Sun Belt is a weaker conference in terms of strength than, say, the American. The Mountain West is a weaker conference in terms of strength than, say, the American. But you're not going to let a 2-loss American Conference champion in over a 1-loss Mountain West champion or a 1-loss Sun Belt champion, right? Right? And it's got to be one of those guys because the MAC is completely fucked. I mean, literally, there is nobody in the MAC that is a viable contender. The leader in the MAC right now is Miami of Ohio. They're 5-3 overall. They're not even sniffing the playoffs. Okay? Conference USA? Yeah, no, good luck with that. Conference USA really doesn't have anybody else either, if I remember correctly. Who the hell do they got? I think Western Kentucky's the leader. Yeah, Kennesaw State is the top team in Conference USA right now, but they have 2 losses. They're 6-2 overall. They're not getting in. Nobody from that conference is remotely close. The next team down is Jacksonville State and then Western Kentucky, who have 3 and 2 losses respectively. They're not going to get there. Okay? So if you're in the American, everybody now has 1 loss in the American. Navy was the last undefeated overall team. Everybody now has 1 loss overall. If you have 2 losses at this point, you're done. You're not getting in the playoffs unless hell completely breaks loose. It could, though. It genuinely could. And it's also going to bring up a good point, which is, what if Navy still somehow wins the American Conference, makes the playoffs, but then they got to play Army, and then they lose to Army, and you're still going to have a 2-loss group of 5 team in the playoffs because it's chosen before Army-Navy is played. Because the playoff committee just assumed they're never going to factor in. But guess what, dumb fucks? They're going to factor in. Hand off to the right side. It's going to be second down coming up. Gain of about 5 or 6 on the play there. We have a 12-1 James Madison Sun Belt champ or a 12-1 American. If it's a 12-1 American champ, I think they're going to go with the American champ just because they're considered more than the Sun Belt just because of the strength of the teams there. Do I agree? I don't fucking know. Strength of schedule to me is just a theory. 2nd and 7, Eckhouse. He's going to throw it to his right side. It is incomplete. Thrown out of bounds, and we got a flag down for some reason. I mean, if I was in that situation, I'd still pick the American just because of the fact that they would have had to have beaten a ranked team somewhere in there. I don't think James Madison's beaten a ranked team once this season. And it's holding on Washington State. That's going to back Wazu up. I mean, I'll give James Madison props. I want them to make the playoffs. I want to see them succeed, but their conference is just, they're not there. The teams they have to beat are not at the same caliber as the teams in the American. And it's not because of strength of schedule. It's just you look at the rosters. And you can see the players that are on there and say, okay, yeah, these are stronger teams. 2nd and 17, Eckhouse throws it to his right side. It's going to be caught near the 50. 2nd and 3rd and long coming up here for Wazu. Just penalties continue to kill Washington tonight. They've had multiple opportunities to get points or to get good drives. They were inside the 25-yard line in field goal range at one point, and then they took 2 sacks in a row and a penalty. And they had to punt the ball. So Wazoo's just, bang, bang, shooting themselves in the foot the entire game right now. Oregon State it's Oregon State. They're just bad. So they can't get far. But damn it, they've been close. 3rd and 12 from midfield for Wazu. 3 wideouts set up top. Eckhouse back to throw. He's going to get blitzed. Cut. Fumble. Falls on it is a lineman. But it's still going to be a sack. And it's still a 4th down.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
I came to see points, and I'm here in the middle of a defensive war. My God. I didn't know what really to believe coming into this game. I kind of figured Washington State, they've at least tried. They've been challenging to a few teams this season. But then they also got taken to the woodshed by North Texas. So just keep that in mind. They're not that good themselves. But I kind of figured they'd come in here and at least they'd be able to take care of the Beavers. The Beavers have had moments where you think, okay, well, they gave Houston a run for their money, so maybe no. Okay, no. I'm shocked. I'm genuinely shocked that the Beavers are playing as well as they are right now. I'm shocked that Wazu is continuing to shoot themselves in the foot as much as they are. And I'm just glad we got ourselves a nice little ball game so far. I mean, I love a good defensive game if it's just, a good defensive game and it's not like teams are just absolutely trash and they both suck. I mean, Oregon State, Wazu, yeah, or Wazu's going to be shooting themselves in the foot with some penalties. That's just part of the game. Oregon State's got an interception and 3 sacks on Washington State right now. That's pretty good. That's pretty good defense. Wazu, on the other hand, they've been able to shut down Oregon State on offense. The Beavers have been able to get a couple of drives going, been able to go downfield, and then they either get a penalty or Wazu just tightens up and then they stop them. Field position doesn't really matter for Oregon State because, they've had 2 drives now start at the 10-yard line, and they've been able to drive down to about the 35 to 40 before Washington State completely stonewalls them. Beavs are playing with a chip on their shoulders. I agree. They're playing good football right now. Defensively, they're playing really, really good. Top notch for them. But it's a 60-minute game. We're maybe 20 minutes in right now, so we got a ways to go before it's all settled and final and all that shit. Game day is announced. They are going to Lubbock, Texas. They are visiting Texas Tech next week for college game day. So there you go. Who's Texas Tech playing next week? I think it's got to be an important game if game day is going there. 2 weeks in a row, game day hasn't gone to the SEC. That's kind of nice to see because people were getting pretty pissed there at one point in time. Who does Texas Tech have next week? Oh, it's BYU, the number 10 team in the nation. Okay, I see. Good call. Handoff up the middle, Oregon State. They're going to get about 3 yards in a cloud of dust. That's about it. Yeah, no. Hey, you know what? 2 weeks in a row for the Big 12. I'm not hating. You look at the rest of the week for next week. Just go ahead, look ahead to the other games for like top 25. Week 11, top 25. Let's see. Anybody that stands out? Indiana, Penn State, and Texas A&M and Mizzou is going to be a good one, I think. 2nd and 8. Handoff up the middle. Gain of about 3, maybe 4. Depends on where they spot the ball. About the 20-yard line, Oregon State territory. 3rd down coming up. Yeah, A&M Mizzou, that's going to be a good one on ABC next week if I could fucking watch it. Full disclosure, if they don't get their shit together, I'm going to get the ESPN service and just say fuck it at this point because I gotta have that. And then Navy is playing Notre Dame as well. Yeah, after I think they got caught looking ahead against North Texas. I think that's what happened there. Oregon State snaps, throws it out, airmails it. Nearly picked off by Wazu, but it's going to be 4th down. So 3 and out for the Beavers. And there you go. Some other notable games next week. LSU comes back from exile, and they got to play Alabama. Oh, my God. They're dead. Vanderbilt's going to have a chance to get a makeup game against Auburn here. They're at 7-2. I don't think they're out. They're out of the SEC championship running, I think, at this point. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're out of the playoff picture yet, just because they do have some really good wins, but it's not looking good. And the punt is going to die at about the 37-yard line, so Wazu is going to be coming up the bat. That's not the right reference, sorry. Navy, Notre Dame has 2 losses, and with Miami and Vanderbilt losing, they're going to be inside the top 10 more than likely next week. So I would imagine that if they lose again, they are completely fucked at 3 losses. You're not going to put a 3-loss team in the playoffs. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Alabama or Kent State. You're not getting in. Notre Dame does not have a quality win the rest of the way. They're just surviving based on goodwill, I think, at this point, because they got beat by Miami and Texas A&M. They're only 2 ranked opponents at that point on the schedule. And then they coasted, and then somebody felt bad for them and put them at 24th when they played Purdue a couple of weeks ago, back in September. And there you go. I know Notre Dame struggled with Boston College, but the media poll isn't going to give a fuck. But that's where the college football playoff poll is going to matter, because that comes out Tuesday, and that's a little bit less, media bias-y. It's not – you got a couple of media figures in there, but it's also athletic directors, former players, and neutral third parties. So I give the playoff committee a lot of shit. I think that when we get to the end of this, I'm going to also give my projected, what I think the top 12 should be. Come next week, we'll see what happens. After this game with Navy next week, again, we're down to the final 4 regular season weeks here after today. So after that, they got Pitt. That game against Pitt, Notre Dame and Pittsburgh is going to be a big one because Pitt is 7-2 right now. Notre Dame has 2 losses. Something's got to give there. The game is going to be in Pittsburgh too. That's going to be a tough one for Notre Dame, I think. Even though Pitt's not ranked, that's going to be a tough one because Mason Heischel has been on a tear the last few weeks. I mean, he has been lighting it up. And then they got some scrub games against Syracuse and Notre Dame. So this is where if they lose, they're definitely fucked. There is no coming back from a loss at this point in the season if you're Notre Dame. or at any point, really. They've been playing with a gun to their head ever since they lost to Texas A&M, and they ain't dead yet. First and 10 for Wazu from the 38-yard line. They're going to fake the handoff. Eckhouse is back to throw. It's going to be caught at about the 46-yard line. He's going to scramble across midfield, go out of bounds at about the 45. First and 10 coming up for Wazu. 8 minutes to go in the second quarter, by the way. I think Pitt's got a good chance to win that game. I'm not going to lie. I think Pitt has a better than good chance to beat Notre Dame at this point. Their quarterback Heinschel, he is white fucking hot. I would say that they got a better than good chance of doing it. How did they do today? They took care of Stanford, 35-20. I mean, hey, hand off at the middle and 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Second down coming up here. I mean, Heinschel threw for 300 yards passing and 3 touchdowns against Stanford today. Okay. I kind of want to dig in a little bit on Heinschel here for a moment if I can. So, in his last 5 games, back to passes Eckhouse. He's going to throw it to his left side. A lot of hand finding there, but incomplete. 3rd and 7, no flag. In his last 3 games, Heinschel has thrown for over 300 yards in 4 out of 5 games. Okay? 4 out of 5 of his last games, he's thrown for 300 yards. He's only started 5 games. He has 9 goddamn touchdowns. Back to pass, 3rd and 7. We got a flag down. Batted away, incomplete, but I think it's going to be coming. I think it's going to be a 5-yard penalty for Oregon against Oregon State here. And the best part for Pitt is Heinschel's a freshman. Offsides on Oregon State. And it's a 5-yard penalty. They're going to repeat the down. So 3rd down coming up again, but it's a lot more manageable now. I think whoever wins the ACC sneaks in as the 11th seed at this point, if I'm going to be honest with you. Jackets are up 3 on NC State. Okay. They're starting to kind of get it. They're getting going now. I think whoever wins the ACC is going to be the 11th seed. I only see one ACC team making it in right now. 3rd and 2. And it's a run up the gut. He's going to be met at the door. And he's going to be marked a yard short. 4th and 1 coming up in no man's land. They're at the 40-yard line. Too close for a punt, too far for a field goal, but we got a flag down. What do we got here? Well, I'll talk. Root beer. That's a good thing. Question: why are you watching this? Because I have YouTube TV. Number 1. Number 2. Why would you not want to watch this? It's the Sickos Bowl. God damn it! Face mask on Oregon State. It's going to be a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first for Washington State. That's the first real mistake this defense has made all game. I was going to do Nebraska versus USC, and then I realized at like 5 o'clock that this game was on CBS. So I said, what the hell? And I left it up to the community to vote on it, and the community voted to have me stream this game. So here we are. I thought about doing Nebraska USC, but the community decided that this is it. We're on Sickos Bowl number 4. And the reason this is the Sickos Bowl is not because it's the 2 worst teams in the country. Oregon State's definitely one of them. It's because of the fact that this is game 1 of 2 for the Pac-12 championship. And that is just all right, 1st and 10 here after the 15-yard penalty. Eckhouse rolls to his right. He's going to float it out of bounds, and it'll be incomplete. It's caught by the mascot. Butch, the Washington State mascot, catches a pass for the first time in like 10 years. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. I know Squid's streaming Tennessee right now. He's probably doing okay. Yeah, it was between USC and Nebraska or Wazu versus the Beavers. Wazu, this game won 80% to 20% out of over 400 votes. Community has spoken. And we got our flag down. And I think this one's going to be coming back on Washington State. Power to them Tartarians. False start on Washington State. That's going to back them up 5 yards. Once again, penalties are shooting themselves in the dick. Okay? Penalties are killing them. So here we go. 2nd and 15 from the 25. Eckhouse. He's going to throw it over the middle of the field. Intercepted by Oregon State. 20, 25, 30, 40. And he's going to go out of bounds near the 45-yard line. A major mistake by Wazu. Oh, my God.
You want this ball? You're going to have to take it from me. Take it from me, baby. It's mine.
And he slam dunks the football on the goalpost, and that's going to be a 15-yard penalty for Oregon State. They don't care. What the fuck? That's the second interception for that player. They're not going to flag him, actually. Okay. The flag is being picked up. Second interception today for Patterson for Oregon State. Eckhouse threw that ball right over the middle. Did not see Patterson there. And a beautiful return puts Oregon State in great field position now. It is a goose egg of all time, guys. So 1st and 10, they're going to hand the ball off up the middle, and running back's going to get all the way out to about midfield. So there you go. What do I think about the Miami game? I'm not surprised. Look, just because SMU is not ranked right now doesn't mean they're a bad team. They barely lost to Wake Forest last week, okay? They fell at the trap game. They were looking at head to Miami, and they got trapped. So those happen. But SMU is still a damn good ball team. 2nd and 3, and that's going to be a handoff up the middle, past the 45. Going to be a first down for Oregon State. Yeah, SMU should have won last week. They'd probably be looking back now at a better shot at the playoffs, but it's just not happening. But I'm not surprised, Miami. I need to go back since I couldn't watch the game live, so I got to go back and I got to watch the highlights. I got to really get a good opinion on what I'm looking at here, but we'll see. I'll get a better opinion on what would happen as soon as I can. I just know that the main key plays. There's a handoff up the middle, and that's going to get about 6 yards on the carry there. 2nd down coming up for the Beavers. I'm not happy about Vanderbilt's loss to Texas either, man. I really wanted to see Texas finally hit the dust. Like, you have no idea how bad I wanted to say horns down in community posts today. Oh, that's going to be a depressing segment in the video this week. Pimp down. Pimp fucking down. 2nd and 3 from the 38-yard line. Back to pass. He's going to scramble up the gut. He's got nothing but grass in front of him here out to about the 30-yard line. Brought down. They're probably going to spot him about the 28. First 10-10 coming up. And we got some beef. Oh, we got some beef. Oh, we got some shoving. We got some arguing. We got some beef.
All these.
We've got beef, motherfucker!
Personal foul flags are flying. I don't know against who, though. It could offset. Great run up the gut there by the quarterback for Oregon State. And then after the play was over, we had some extracurriculars. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Washington State. And that is a 15-yard penalty tacked on top of the run. They're going to be inside the red zone. Oregon State's got a first down in the red zone for the first time today. It was on Fanau, the big boy on the Washington State defense, who shoved the quarterback late after the play was over, and there was some jaw-jacking. Dude's just hotter than a furnace right now. I'm even more upset about the Arizona game score. It's time for a bag over the Colorado fans. Wait a minute, what's going on in Arizona State? I don't have my ticker working, so I can't. You know what I mean? Like I can't pull that up right away. So give me a second. Let me look. I'm gonna try to get my OBS to work again because I'm really I'd rather use that if I can. For those of you, it is 0-0 in Toronto between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers in Game 7 of the World Series. For those of you that are concerned. 31-7. And I just thought Utah was playing pissed off. What the fuck is going on over there? Still not working. Okay. God damn it. I'm going to get this shit fixed next week, and we're going to get this fixed going forward because this is ridiculous. I mean, can you put Dion on the hot seat right now? He has been distracted. Very distracted this season. Colorado's 3-5. Got to be 3-6. I mean, fuck. I figured they would at least make a bowl this year. I know it's the Big 12 and shit's been as fuck, but damn. So 1st and 10 for Oregon State from the 15-yard line. They're going to hand the ball off at the middle, and it's going to be a game of about 2. So 2nd and 8 coming up. You could call it a rebuilding year, sure, but I mean, you can't really say it's rebuilding when you're getting shellacked. Fucking 53-7 against Utah and 37-7 against Arizona. We've evolved back 3D on Colorado here. Like 2-10 Colorado, 1-11 Colorado. Doing that shit at all. 2nd and 8. Pass throws caught at the 11-yard line. Third and manageable coming up here, maybe. I'm getting a yard, actually, so it's going to be 3rd and 7. The only team they've beaten since September 6th is Wyoming. They lost all of their games in the month of October. Okay, except for the Iowa State 24-17. I don't know how they did that. Quarterback's on going to draw back to pass, and he is going to be brought down for a sack. Wazu's first of the game.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
And after the interception, Oregon State's going to have a chance to get some points somehow. I mean, it's not going to be a touchdown, but a field goal is better than nothing. It'll get you the lead. Caleb Ojeda. His loss is 53, so this should be a chip from 35 yards. Snap, hold down, kick on the way, and it is good. Well, good news for all of us that appreciate offense. We got points. Oregon State capitalizes on the interception. It gets 3 points off the turnover. We got another flag down. What the hell's going on here? Kick is good. LA unsportsmanlike conduct on Washington State again. The 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. So, yeah. Fuck, okay. The Cougs are losing it right now, man. They are cracking. They need an ice bath and calm down a little bit, I think. They are just not doing well. Kicking a field goal against Louis and Washington State, 3-3, probably a rivalry. Iowa State is injured to hell, yeah. They were looking really, really good. Iowa State was looking really, really good to start the season, and then they just completely collapsed. And, I mean, that's not really their fault, to be honest. Like, you can only do so much when you get injured to hell. It's really a shame. It really, really is a shame, honestly. What could have been with Rocco Beck and company? What could have been? All right, so let's see what we got going on here now. They have to kick the ball. This is where I kind of feel like the unsportsmanlike penalty is a little bit stupid after a field goal, because now Oregon State is kicking the ball off from the Washington State 45. Actually, they're kicking the ball off from midfield. That is dumb as shit. It's very dumb as shit. Why not assess the penalty on the kickoff return? I mean, he's going to heave that ball through the field goal, and it's out the back of the end zone. This is where I feel like there should be the rouge in college football. If you get a play like that and the ball is on the 50-yard line, if the kicker can kick the ball through the uprights, 1 point rouge. Hulu TV is an option. That's why it switched to when the contact fell through. I will never have to worry about losing ESPN channel with Hulu. Same price as YouTube TV. Plus, you get Disney Plus with the package. Sure, but I already paid for YouTube TV for the month. So I'm kind of fucked. Although I might honestly go and do that, to be honest. All right, first and 10 for 25. And the rain is coming Corvallis, by the way. It is raining, I think. Snap, hands the ball off at the middle, and that's going to gain nothing. 1 yard. Second down. Just saw it on TV. It is starting to come down in Corvallis. Hulu goes away. Not the TV portion. They're going to keep the live TV aspect of it, I think. Shit, I remember when YouTube TV was like $40 a month. Pass back, goes back to pass, Washington State, and they're going to rush out of the pocket, threw the ball into the turf in front of a receiver, third down. I know you say 2026, Real Wade, but no, Hulu Plus Live TV is not going away. The standalone Hulu service will be phased out by P6, and Hulu, oh, okay, it is going away. It's being merged with Fubo. And Fubo is eventually going to be integrated into the TV content on Disney Plus. Okay, so no, Hulu Live TV will just integrate into Disney Plus. So it's not going away completely. It's just going to go to Disney Plus. Pass complete over the middle, going to be 3rd and 9. There's going to have to be some sort of break up. This is really starting to become a monopoly here. Sometimes got to give. Commercial break. I mean, at that point, we're approaching because I'm not going to get political. I'm going to get historical here for a second because I'm also a history nerd. We're going to have a lot of we're only going to have 2 or 3 companies in control of streaming, I would imagine, as more companies continue to buy, emerge, buy, and merge, and buy and merge. And that's not good for anybody because competition drives market. And the more competition you have, the more the consumer has to choose from, and the better the prices are going to be. Case point, ESPN and Fox merged. That's not good. The reason why it's not good is because there are less competitors with the other network. Therefore, the networks grow stale. And also, they kind of control the market, so they can just drive the prices up. Right? It goes. I believe that whenever you get too many companies under one corporate umbrella, it just goes to shit, because what makes those companies unique is their individuality. And I'm lagging. I can't control it. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm lagging, to be honest. I'm connected. I'm connected via Ethernet directly into my modem. If it's still being laggy, then it's my computer. I'm sorry, or it's just YouTube. First and 10 for Wazu. Handoff at the middle. No, he's going to fade Eckhouse. He's barrel through a fucking defender. Past 46-yard line. Going to down for the Cougs. And 10 coming up here for Wazu from 38. Cows. He's going to scramble out to his left side. He's going to get more. He's still going out to the 20-yard line. And there you go. I can't believe I'm lagging that bad. I know. I don't even have anything else open right now. God damn. As simple as possible for my computer right now. First and 10 from the 18. Snap. Eckhouse back to pass. He's going to throw it to his right side in the end zone. And it is incomplete, but we got a flag out. It's going to be pass interference. I think what was going on is I was still letting OBS run in the background, and with the extra tab on my screen here and everything else I'm trying to make it do, it just didn't want to handle. So, because now it's sounding a lot less laggy. So that probably fixed it. So yeah. Okay. All right, so first and goal for Wazu after the pass interference penalty. Direct snap to the running back, and he's going to chuck his way forward. Where are they going to spot the ball? It's going to be spotted at the half-yard line. Second and goal coming up here for the Cougars. I'm checking the replay now on this thing. Let's see where they spotted the ball. Oh, that's a touchdown. I think that's a touchdown, actually. Where's the ball? Okay, across there, his knee is still up. That's a touchdown. That has to be a touchdown, right? It really looks, it's really close. He dives for the end zone. It looks like the ball has crossed the plane. The nose of the ball hits the chalk just before his knee hits the ground. If I'm the referee reviewing this, I'm overturning the call on the field. I'm throwing this up as a touchdown. That's my thoughts, at least. Kentucky Auburn tied at 3 at the half. Okay. Blue Jays are up to bat in the bottom of the third, by the way. Runners on the corners with 1 out. And we got a touchdown. After review, the call on the field has been reversed. It's touchdown for Wazu.
Yeah, everyone come back. Woo! Who can stop me? Tell me. Who can stop me? What? Yeah! Woo!
Breaking news also. Breaking news from Toronto. Toronto Blue Jays have hit a 3-run home run over the Dodgers. It is 3-0 Blue Jays in the bottom of the third. For those of you concerned about Game 7 in the World Series. And Shohei Ohtani has been pulled, if you can believe it. They're pulling Shohei Ohtani off the mound in Toronto. I know we're a college football channel, but Game 7 in the World Series is Game 7 in the World Series, goddammit. I'm going to be paying attention to that a little bit. So 7-0 for Wazu. Late in the second, got about 44 seconds to go here in the first half. After the pass interference penalty in the end zone and a dive for the touchdown for Wazu on a run. All right. So here we go. From kickoff is about to go underway. And we're off. 44 seconds to go here in the first half. I also just realized that Wazu actually has 2 timeouts remaining. Not that it matters too much right now. All right, 1st and 10 now for Oregon State from the 25-yard line. See what if the Beavs are going to be able to respond here. Back to pass. Still looking. Checks it down to his running back. He's going to be brought down near the line of scrimmage. And 2nd down coming up. Timeout, Beavers. We're going to see what exactly the coaching staff has in mind here. Because I really don't know what you're going to call here. I don't really know. I'm going to put the World Series on multi-view here because I need to see what's going on. I'm curious. I'm going to have it on my phone, I think. All right. So, yeah, once again, if you're following if you have an interest in Game 7 of the World Series, because, I mean, it's Game 7 of the World Series, I'm not going to ignore it. Toronto is up 3-0 after a 3-run home run by Bo Bichette over Shohei Ohtani, and Ohtani has been pulled in the 3rd inning. The Dodgers are reeling in Toronto. Game 7, Toronto 3, Dodgers 0. 2nd and 9 coming up here from the 26-yard line. Back to pass is Oregon State. Looking to throw. Over the middle, tipped off the wide receiver's hands. Incomplete. 3rd and 9 coming up. You know what? I'm also going to do this as well. I mean, do you guys give a shit about the World Series? Be honest with me here. If you don't know, I won't bring it up anymore. But if you're interested in Game 7 of the World Series, let me know, and I'll keep updates going on that. 3rd and 9 for Oregon State. Back to pass. Checks it down to his wide receiver. It was supposed to be a screen, I think, but it goes nowhere. 4th down, and I think Oregon State was going to be content to let the clock run out, but unfortunately, we have a timeout for Washington State. So Wazu, after a really piss-poor offensive attempt by Oregon State, is going to get the ball back. I don't know if they're going to do much, but there you go. All right. Well, then I know what to do here. So all right, so we got a couple of people that have a vested interest in World Series Game 7, so I'm going to do you all a favor. I'm going to have the score right there for you. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and I'll keep you guys updated best as I can as well. So that's the current state of affairs in Toronto. The punt got away clean. I can't imagine Washington State tries to do much else here on this drive. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I know we're a football channel, but I'm not going to pretend for a moment that Game 7 of the World Series is not happening. Game 7 of the World Series is one of the greatest events in all of sports, and I dare somebody to tell me otherwise. So 1st and 10 for Wazu. They're going to try to do some bullshit here and try to get into field goal range at minimum. Maybe try to take a touchdown lead before the half. So here we go. Eckhouse back to pass for Wazu. He's getting scrambling out of the pocket. Breaks one tackle, and he gets sacked. And that is going to be 2nd down. And I think that's going to be all she wrote for the first half. No, not that graphic. There.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
So there you go. There you go. And we are going to go to the half. That is it. The sack ends the half. So at the end of the first half, our score is 7-3 Washington State over Oregon State in game one of a 2-game series to determine the Pac-12 champion. So there you go. Yeah. I tell you guys right now, I'm watching some of the replays back of what happened at Rogers Center in Toronto. My God, literally the place exploded when Bo Bichette hit that home run. I mean, it went the fuck off. I'm trying to get multi-view up so I can try to keep better tabs on what's going on here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Multi-view. That's the one nice thing about YouTube TV. You still have the multi-view. I don't know if it's much better, but we'll see. So there's that quick update. The inning did finally end for LA. My kids enjoyed trick or treat on Thursday night here where I live. We did it on Thursday in my area, and they had a good time. Son dressed up as like a zombie type thing, and my daughter was Rumi from fucking the South Korean movie. I can't remember the name of it. K-pop stars, whatever the hell. But it was a nice, pretty chill Halloween trick or treat. I mean, fairly chill. No complaints there. You know, if this shit keeps up, we might, if everything's going like pretty swimmingly here and this game actually goes through pretty quickly, we might be able to watch the end of the World Series together. We'll see what happens there. Let me take a look and see. We're at the half right now in Corvallis. So let's see what's going on around the rest of college football at this moment. And we're going to be figuring this out the rest of the way. So Ole Miss is in a dogfight with South Carolina. It is 17-14 midway through the third at this moment. Michigan's also in a dogfight with Purdue. Okay, 14-10 Michigan in the big house. 5.5 to go in the third quarter. Arizona, the only dog that showed up to the fight. They're up 38-7 over Colorado. Wyoming is down by 10 against San Diego State, 17-7. Georgia Tech is down 24-17 at the half. I say again, number 8, undefeated Georgia Tech is losing 24-17 to NC State as of this moment at the half. It is 10-10, Oklahoma, Tennessee. About 5 minutes ago in the second. You can catch that on Squid Tart's channel if you want. And come back later. And it is 14-6, Nebraska over USC at the half. It is 3-all between Kentucky and Auburn at the half. 7-3 at our game here. 14-0 Florida State over Wake Forest. And 17-0 Arkansas State over Troy for those that are interested. So there you go. Heads up in Toronto. Scherzer is on the mound struggling now for the Blue Jays. LA has runners at the corners. They got a runner on first and third, nobody out, top of the fourth with Mookie Betts up to the plate in Game 7 of the World Series. We're at the half, so I'm going to actually call this for a second here. It is 1-1 the count. Scherzer just threw a strike. They already made the call to the bullpen. They got people warming up now in Toronto. It was a bullpen. I mean, it's Game 7 of the World Series. You got to have all your weapons ready to go, right? 1-1 the count. Scherzer throws it. It's going to be a high pop up into the air into shallow right field. It's going to be caught. And it is close enough that the runner on the third is going to stay. And it is now 1 out for Los Angeles, who are currently up to bat. Yeah, Ironton got banned from the playoffs because they, I think it was a player, like a couple of players were playing for the team illegally from like other school districts or something like that. They would have made the playoffs otherwise, but Ironton got banned due to illegal player allocation or something like that. The players, basically, some players that were playing on the football team were not in the Ironton school district. Swing and a miss on the strike from Scherzer. 0-1 the count. Arizona and Colorado combined for 2 turnovers in less than a minute. Gotta love it when that happens, right? Again, we're at the half in Corvallis. I'm going to call some of the World Series here for a minute, if you don't mind. For those of you that might be concerned about it. Ball inside and away. Or sorry, inside and low. 1-1 the count. Scherzer looking very old and gray on the mound, like a grizzled veteran. You got Muncy at the plate for Los Angeles. Runners on first and third. 1 out. And there's a slider outside. 2-1 the count. Scherzer is, I mean, you can see in the face, he looks like he's really struggling up there. He's almost to 40 pitches in the 4th inning. I mean, he's not making terrible pace, but I mean, this is a big moment here. Another ball, fastball, high and outside. 3-1 is the count. You got to think if he walks him here, this is it. Did I play high school sports? Yeah, I played football. I was on the weightlifting team for 1 year in Lake Hamilton and in Arkansas, I should say. And I also was a amateur wrestler. Slider fouled away, full count. Runners on the corners with 1 out in Toronto. I mean, I played football and I was a high school wrestler. One ain't good at the wrestling part, but I mean, I did it. And I was on the weightlifting team, but I lived in Arkansas 1 year. So there you go. I was also a defensive tackle. Full count. Swung on, foul tip. We're going to do it again. 3-2 still the count. Tipped off the bat. Catcher couldn't glove it. Otherwise, it would have been an out. Scherzer just trying his damnedest to not look like an old fool right now. Time is called. If this game ends and the World Series isn't done, we'll call the World Series at the end here as a little treat. And that's going to be ball 4 from Max Scherzer. And you got to think that's the end of his night. Bases are juiced in Toronto. Los Angeles has runners on all the bases. And Hernandez is coming to the plate for Los Angeles, and Scherzer is staying out there. Teoscar Hernandez to the dish. You got to think a fly ball here is going to score a run. You're just trying not to give up a grand slam if you're out Los Angeles. Ball inside. 4-seam fastball inside. Teoscar Hernandez is 0 for 12 at Rogers Center in this World Series. Again, we're at the half in Corvallis. I'm talking Game 7 for a minute. Pop fly into center field, and that's going to be a base hit. Runner is at third. He is going to score. Oh, they actually called it an out. So it's a sac fly. It looked like it might have hit the turf, but it's actually a sac fly. Ball goes to straightaway center, and the runner from third advances home, and it is now 3-1 Toronto with 2 outs. You kind of figured in that situation with the bases juiced, you're going to give up one at worst, best case scenario. If you're going to allow a hit and a sac fly, you're going to give up 1 run. I mean, great play by Varsho, the center fielder for Toronto. He dove, and that ball just barely missed hitting the turf. So 2 outs now, top of the 4th for Los Angeles. And Scherzer, that's another fastball. That's actually a changeup inside. Tommy Edman to the plate. You got runners on first and second for Los Angeles with 2 outs. Yeah, it's a 4-seam fastball outside. Scherzer is just not hitting the dish at all right now. Still waiting for halftime to end in Corvallis. I'm going to keep tabs on the World Series throughout the game and the rest of the way. 2-0. That's going to be a liner right into the right field side, but it's going to be caught by the first baseman, and that is it. Toronto gets out of the jam, only giving up 1 run on a sac fly, and we go to the bottom of the 4th in Toronto. Toronto's coming up to bat, so hell of a jam there for the Blue Jays. I enjoy baseball. I'll watch it. I'm a Reds fan. I mean, but college football has always been my first love. But Game 7 of the World Series, you gotta mention it. Jesus Christ, Fresno State beat the piss out of Boise State. Good Lord, 30-7. I didn't even realize that. Fuck, dude. Oh, I think honestly the best World Series that I've ever seen, I think my favorite Game 7 I have watched in my lifetime, I believe it was the Giants and Royals in 2014. That was a great Game 7. It was great. You weren't into college football until you got into college? Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense. I just grew up around it because, for 5 years when I was in elementary school, I lived in Columbus, Ohio. So you kind of got indoctrinated by the Buckeyes. Kind of how that goes. If you live in Columbus, Ohio, there's no escaping Ohio State Buckeyes. There's no escaping the football team. There really isn't. No matter what time of the year it is, that city is dominated by Ohio State. Traveling and being under 21 sucks. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I have my inning wrong. We are actually in the top of the 5th now. Oh, no, Fox had the graphic wrong. What the fuck? And there's 1 away. Fox, for some reason, showed top of the fifth when it was actually bottom of the fourth still. I don't know why they're doing that. Arizona doesn't care that much about college football. Yeah, I mean, that don't surprise me, honestly. Arizona's not really considered that much of a college football hotbed. I mean, it was popular, I'm sure, in the late 90s, thanks to Arizona State's great run. I mean, after that, meh. Bottom of the fourth, 1 out already in Toronto. We should be coming back from commercial in Corvallis here in a moment. I think we're about to start up the second half. I will, again, keep an eye on Game 7 of the World Series as that plays out. But, again, our priority here is obviously the football. But I'm not stupid. I know how it is. Yeah, I know the score bug's on Google Sheets because my OBS is not being recognized by StreamYard tonight for some goddamn reason, and I'm not happy about it. So I had to go back to the old manual score bug that I used to do all the damn time. The reason why I use OBS, and here's the thing, like, I'm not streaming from OBS, I'm streaming from StreamYard. And StreamYard, you can use OBS on StreamYard, but very plainly, you have to share the window that it's open in to your screen, which that's not a big deal. But if it doesn't recognize the window, it's not going to pick it up. There's another way to do it. It's called a second camera, but you got to pay another $40 a month to have that feature. And that is something that I just cannot afford. And we got the benches clearing in Toronto. Oh, shit. Dude got hit by a pitch. Well, I mean, might as well, right?
All these.
We've got beef, motherfucker!
And the shirtless dudes have their T-shirts waving in Corvallis because they're bad. They know they're bad, and it's just dudes being dudes. So, hitter for Toronto got hit on the pitch right in the Jimenez was the batter. He had a pitch that really got close to him, and then he got hit on the knob of the bat. So, like, one close pitch, and then he got hit right on the knob of the bat by his hands. I mean, that is just... And then he stared back at the pitcher, and the bench is cleared. Yeah, $40 a month just for a second camera, so that way I could, properly use the OBS. Yeah, when I already spend about $40 a month paying for StreamYard as is. Like, this shit ain't cheap. It ain't cheap. It pays for itself with you guys watching the shows and making your donations and shit, but this shit ain't cheap. I've tried to get away from StreamYard and use OBS only and have it like plug into both my Twitch and my YouTube, but OBS doesn't like doing multiple streams at once. There's another service that I can use that I thought about using, but I haven't been able to figure it out yet. There was a plugin I got. It didn't work for my computer. There's a website that I can use potentially for free that I got to do some more research about and try to figure out. Money talks, bullshit walks. What can I say? So we got a runner on first in the World Series, bottom of the fourth, 1 out with Toronto at the plate. For those of you that might not be familiar with baseball, the top of the inning is when the away team bats. The bottom of the inning is when the home team bats. Home teams get a little bit of advantage in baseball because the home team always gets to bat second in an inning. They always bat last. So the home team always goes last in a baseball game with the at-bat. Imagine if that was the case in football, no matter what, the home team always gets last possession. That'd be fucking nuts, wouldn't it? Especially in like a close game. So many home teams would win their games. It would be damn near impossible to win if you're an away team unless you're just blowing them out. We're back from commercial in Corvallis. Eckhouse has played like shit in this game for Washington State. 2 interceptions. Canadians are fucking pissed right now. Oh yeah, people would definitely constantly complain about it. It would ruin the game, but could you imagine that? Toronto gets the pitcher for Los Angeles gets hit with a comebacker off the glove, and Toronto reaches first base. They got runners on first and second at bottom of the fourth now. The hitter just lined it right back to the pitcher, and he just couldn't glove it. Robleski is the pitcher. I think he's about to come off the mound, though. No, I think the trainer's just taking a look at him. We got somebody in the bullpen warming up for Los Angeles. But enough of that. We are back to football. Kickoff is away. Oregon State will receive to start the second half. It's going to be fielded from the 5-yard line. And the returner gets nailed at the 15. And that is where the Beavers will begin the second half. For having my way, this is the last time I use this goddamn manual scoreboard because it's a fucking bitch. Since football's not time-based, it doesn't make sense for home team to get last possession of football, obviously. But again, I wasn't really thinking too deeply into that. It was just like a hypothetical, like, what if we just got really stupid and decided to throw the clock out in football? 1st and 10 from the 16. Johnson back to pass. He's going to throw it over to his right side. It's going to be caught by the receiver at about the 21. 1st and 10 second down coming up for Oregon State. Football. They're going to hand the ball up the middle, but he's going to be met in the backfield for a loss. 3rd down coming up for Oregon State. Back in Game 7 of the World Series, just in case you guys were wondering, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is on deck for the Blue Jays, and they only have one out. Runners on 1st and 2nd. Third and 6 coming up for the Beavs. From the 20-yard line, deep in their own territory. Shotgun 5 wide out set. Johnson throws it off to his left. It is caught by the wide receiver, but he is going to get nailed at the 25. He will be short, 4th and 1. Arizona's up. Oh, fuck. Arizona's already put up a 50 burger. God damn. God fucking damn. Arizona is just brutalizing Buffalo. Bear down indeed. Bear stop. That's what I should. Bear stop. Arizona says bear down. I say bear stop. It's over. What are you doing this? And we got 2 outs for now in the bottom of the 4th. It looks like they're going to go ahead and pull the pitcher off the mound. And we got a holding penalty on Washington. That's going to back them up on the punt. So, going to be 1st and 10 either way for Wazu, but they're going to have worse field position than they would have. Still the third quarter. Oh, my God. If you want to get ranked, keep it going. I mean, at a certain point, the media is going to stop. The college football playoff poll is going to stop caring about the blowout because they're just going to point to Utah and be like, yeah, you see what Utah did to them last week? Yeah, whatever, bro. Shut up. Okay, what else is going on? What up, Cubby? Again, if you guys want to get your comments highlighted on stream or whatever, make a donation. It goes right back into this $40 a month fucking streaming service that I pay for. God damn. Can't believe I paid $40 a month for this shit. It's not a problem if Ohio State lays a beat down Grambling 70-0. It should be an issue when Arizona puts belt to ass in a conference game. I'm not arguing that. But at a certain point, the theory is if Utah is putting belt to ass on Colorado and Arizona is putting belt to ass on Colorado, it's going to be looked at equally as if Ohio State putting belt to ass on Grambling, okay? They gave up 40 fucking points to Utah last week. They've given up over 52 now in 9 with just about 4 minutes into the third quarter. I'm not discounting the fact that you're beating the shit out of Colorado. I'm just saying at a certain point it's going to be looked at with equal weight, especially once you get closer to the end of the season. So. Is it an impressive win? Yes, and it's going to be a very impressive win when it's all said and done. But if a team's getting beaten by 40, 50 points 2 weeks in a row, it's going to look less impressive for the guy that beats them next by 40 to 50 points. That's all I'm saying. All right, so 1st and 10 for Wazu. They're on the 21-yard line, and they got some work to do here. 7-3, 13 minutes to go in the third. Eckhouse is going to hand the ball off up the middle, and it's going to go nowhere. The defensive struggle continues as it's going to be 2nd and 10 coming up here for the Beefs. Okay, I'm glad we can agree on that because that's just beating a team by over 50 is always going to be like, wow, you really beat the shit out of him. But then you look at the body of work, and it's like, yeah, you were supposed to. Here's a stat. Since we've been talking about numbers, Washington State has 111 offensive passing yards. Oregon State has 19 passing yards right now. Those 2 interceptions are killing the Cougs. 2nd and 10. Eckhouse back to throw. Rolls to his right. Dumps it off as running back's feet. Going to be 3rd and 10 coming up here. Just nothing there. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. flies out to center field. No more runs. It is still 3-1 as we go into the top of the 5th in Toronto. So LA is going to be coming up the bat there. 3rd and 10 for the Cougs. Snap. Eckhouse back to throw is going to be caught, and he is nailed short of the line to gain. 4th down. And that's a 3-and-out. That is a 3-and-out for Wazu. Well done. It is a defensive fist fight right now. Just 2 immovable objects just pushing each other. And I'm not sure who's going to win. So we got 4th and 2. And that ball is going to die at about the 40-yard line on the punt. So Oregon State's going to have some decent field position to start this one out, because Washington State did not get that good of a punt at all. Really did not get that good of a punt at all. Let's see what else is going on around the country right now. So Michigan is starting to pull away from Purdue. 10 minutes to go in the 4th, they have the ball, and it's 20-10 Michigan over Purdue. South Carolina and Ole Miss. Ole Miss up 20-14 on South Carolina at the end of the 3rd. South Carolina has the ball, though. Keep an eye on that. Georgia Tech's starting to claw back against NC State. They're only down by far now. It's 20-24. NC State's still beating Georgia Tech at the moment. Oklahoma's up 16-10 on Tennessee at the half. Oh, fuck. If Volunteers lose, Squid's going to lose it. I'm going to have to do a welfare check on his ass. USC is down 14-6 against Nebraska. Kentucky is beating Auburn 10-3. If Kentucky wins tonight, I think Hugh Freeze is gone. Just going to say that right now. Kentucky wins, Hugh Freeze is gone, bar none. You see the score, 7-3 here. Florida State, they're laying the wood against Wake Forest now. It's 21-0. Florida State over Wake Forest. There will be no Doak burning tonight. Arkansas State 17-0 over Troy. And in terms of games that we have coming up later on, Cincinnati still has to play Utah. That kicks off at 10:15. Hawaii plays San Diego State at 10:30. And that's going to be the wrap on Week 10. I'm good, man. I'm good. Back from commercial now. What am I going to do if Ohio State beats that team up north? I'm going to celebrate. It's been 5 years almost. Something like that. 1st and 10 from the 40. Johnson's going to hand the ball off at the middle, out to about the 45. Gets a few more yards on the hit. They're going to call that the 48. 2nd and short coming up here for Oregon State. Let's see here. Meanwhile, Toronto, Scherzer is still on the mound for the Blue Jays. He is working it against Kike Hernandez. And it is a full count. Nope, they're going to call him a strikeout. So it's 1 out in the top of the 5th in Toronto. 2nd and 2 for Oregon State. They're going to hand the ball off at the middle, and that door is slammed shut on the running back at the 49. Going to be 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1 coming up here for Oregon State. Again, this has been a defensive slugfest, but Washington State's 2 interceptions have really killed them so far. 3rd and 1. And they fumble the ball. It's fumbled. It's still live. It's still live, and the lineman recovers it. 4th down coming up. Oh, my God. And an absolute disaster class. A disaster that nearly gave Washington State excellent field position is saved with an offensive lineman falling on the ball. Oh, my God. That's about as close of a call as you're going to get in this game. A game this close and this fierce. Oh, man, that's fun. And Scherzer is being pulled from the mound in Toronto. He just walked the man. Or there was a base hit just now, it looks like. And Scherzer is being yanked. With a runner on 1st and 1 out, Max Scherzer has left the game. Probably his last World Series game of his career. Isaac, when you just started, what was the best way to come up with video ideas? Well, it's a little different for me because I am a college football YouTuber. So I follow with whatever is going on in the regular season during the regular season. The way I kind of operate is when the regular season is happening, I do my weekly recaps and I figure out which games are the most relevant and I make my videos about that. During the off season, it really just depends on what you kind of want to do. I personally prefer to make long form video content, which usually goes to about an hour to 2 hours. And it usually takes me about a month to make one of those. So I have like a pretty good knowledge of the history of college football. I know of a lot of like bad times for a lot of funny times for bad teams and good teams. So I just think of I also talk to the community members about it, and I ask them, what they want to see, what they want me to make, videos about, and I kind of go from there. So it's not really so much like I make these wonderful video ideas just out of thin fucking air or whatever the fucking shit. It's not really how it works. Like this is the micro niche that I focus on. This is the area that I end up falling into in YouTube. And the way I do it is just the way that works for me. I don't think you can really duplicate what I do on other channels because what I do is something that nobody else really does because everything I make is on my fucking iPhone. The only thing that's never put on my iPhone is the stream. Everything else is done on my phone. Okay? From the weekly video uploads to my 2-hour long form content videos, it is my iPhone that does the work. Is that dumb? Maybe, but I don't have a good enough computer to make great videos. And your iPhone is the best piece of technology you could possibly have, and it's in your pocket. So I hope that helps you. Good luck with it. Wouldn't necessarily say I'm a great guide, but, I'm always happy to give advice. All right, so we're back from commercial now. And after the punt is going to be 1st and 10 for Wazu. 9:40 to go in the third. Eckhouse is playing like dog shit tonight. From the 18, Eckhouse rolls off to his right, looking to throw, still looking. He's being chased down, and he's going to get hit. And that is going to be, I'm pretty sure that's going to be considered a sack. Fuck it, we're calling it a sack.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
Just nobody home, nobody there. Great coverage by Oregon State. Very, very good coverage by Oregon State to keep the quarterback contained there. 5 sacks tonight for the Beavers. 5 sacks. That's defense. Eckhouse is back to pass, still looking, rolls off to his right again, still looking, and he's drug out of bounds at about the 18-yard line. 3rd and 10 probably coming up here. Meanwhile, we got runners on 1st and 2nd in Toronto. Top of the 5th with 1 out. They did pull Max Scherzer finally. They got Varland in for relief. So 3rd and 9 coming up from the 19-yard line. Snap, Eckhouse back to pass. He'll dump it off on a running back screen. It's completed, but he's going to be stopped at about the 25-yard line. Another 3 and out for Washington State. 2 in a row. Oregon State's defense is just toughening up. They're going to have to punt. Like, they got no choice. You're inside your own 25-yard. You're inside your own 30-yard line. You got to punt. Any other option here is suicide. 2 outs now in Toronto. Pop fly into center field. Nobody moved on the bases. Again, runners on 1st and 2nd, but can't really get far with that. The punt is away. Going to be fair caught at about the 33-yard line where Oregon State's going to take over. It's just a defensive slog that we got here, guys. That's all it is. It's just defense. Freddie Freeman to bat for Los Angeles. Out away. Runners on first and second, 2 out, top of the 5th. In Game 7 of the World Series. Who'd have thought I'd be calling baseball on this channel ever? Funny how things work out, right? We're commercial right now in Corvallis. So, again, during the commercial breaks and whenever it's prudent, I am going to update World Series Game 7 as best I can because I know we all kind of have a little bit of an interest in that. As there is a change up in the dirt. 1-on-1's the count. And the Jays are up on the Dodgers right now, 3-1 after Bo Bichette's 3-run blast in the 3rd inning put them in the lead. Los Angeles got a fucking run on a sac fly in the 4th, but not much else. And there's not going to be much else in this inning either, as Freddie Freeman just, had a fly out to Freddie tongue twister. Freddie Freeman flies out to center field. 3 outs. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Still 3-1 for the Blue Jays, who are looking to get their first World Series win since, I want to say, 1993. I believe 92 or 93. I want to say it was one of the last World Series before the lockout. I'm pretty sure it was the 93 World Series because that was the one where they did Touch 'em All Joe when he hit the game-winning home run. You should make a video during the offseason, the title of the history of Michigan through an Ohio State fan's eyes. Man, I don't know if that would be something I could do. I want to talk about Michigan, but I don't want to talk about it like through the eyes of a fucking Buckeye fan because it's just going to be a Buckeye fan bitching about Michigan for 3 hours. So I don't think people would be too interested in hearing a Buckeye fan bitch about Michigan for 3 hours, especially once we beat the goddamn Wolverines in November or in a couple of weeks here. I wanted to make a video about Michigan from the ending when they won the national championship. From when they won the national championship in 1998 and the years following that until Harbaugh won it in 24, or in 23. I want to make a video like that. The dark years of the Wolverines, so to speak. Because they were dark for the Wolverines, to be sure. They were fucking dark. They beat Ohio State like 3 times in like a decade, maybe, if they got lucky. Like 3 times in 15 years. Incomplete pass on the first play there. 2nd and 10 coming up here for the Beavers. 7.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. Let's see what Oregon State does now from the 47-yard line. Johnson hands the ball off at the middle. And 2 yards in a cloud of dust, maybe. 3rd down coming up. Defense is all good right now, but you got to get this offense moving if you're Oregon State. You have to fucking get this offense moving. You don't have a choice. You're down by 4. You got to get in the end zone to get the lead here. So 3rd and 9 coming up for the Beavers. Johnson, he's back to pass. He's going to scramble for it. He gets past the 50, but he's not even close to the 1st down marker. 4th down, and Oregon State's going to have to punt. Now, actually, are they going to punt? because they are just inside the 50. Hang on. Arkansas State upsetting Troy. Yeah, I saw that. 4th and 5. I don't think they're going to go for it here. It's way too early in the second half to be thinking about going for it, and the game is too close. Yeah, they're going to punt. Dark years for the Beaver. You mean most of their existence? Oh, you're talking dark years to a Beaver? Yeah, I mean, I get it. Y'all have kind of been the doormat of the Pacific for a while, but I mean, 2000 was a great year for Oregon State. It's best ever got, I think. That Fiesta Bowl win over, I think it was Notre Dame. Great year for y'all. Beat Oregon in the Civil War too. When Oregon was like when Oregon was like this close to making the national title. I could be wrong about some of those things. I'm a little out of date with it. I know I talked a little bit about Oregon State in my Oregon video over a year ago now, but I'm trying to keep up with everybody. All right, so the punt ended up at the 10-yard line. So 1st and 10 from the 10 for the Cougs. And Eckhouse, he's going to just scramble for about 6 yards. And it's going to be 2nd and 4 coming up here for the Beavers. Meanwhile, bottom of the 5th, 1 out, Toronto at the plate. And foul ball, full count. So 2nd and 4. Eckhouse hands the ball off, and the running back's just swarmed. He'll get 2 yards, luckily, but that's about it. Going to be 3rd down coming up. I mean, this Oregon State defense has impressed me tonight. It really, really has. They've really done a great job of keeping the Wazu Cougars contained. So I'm very impressed. But the offense has to get going at some point here. Otherwise, it's just it's not going to be good. Third and 3, hands the ball off. No, fake the handoff, passed it, and he is met at the line of scrimmage. 4th down again. Are you fucking kidding me right now? My God, this is a war, man. This is a fucking war going on in Corvallis. Great fake on the handoff by Eckhouse. He gets the ball to his running back, but the corner just a great open field tackle to stop him right at the line of scrimmage, and another punt for Wazu. There's shitty low scoring. Oh, almost muffed the punt. And he is nailed at the fucking 30-yard line. Good Lord. Near disaster again for the Beavers, but near is still not a disaster. Muffed it, picked it right up. He had a lucky bounce and got nailed for it. So there you go. 1st and 10 for Oregon State after a little bit more stressful of a punt than they probably wanted. Meanwhile, Toronto gets a base hit, and they got a runner on first with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Got a snap, 1st and 10. Johnson throws it off to his right. It's going to be met for about a 3-yard gain. 2nd down coming up here. Second and 8 for Oregon State from the 33. Let's see. Back to passes. Johnson, he's scrambling. He's going to get sacked well behind the line of scrimmage. Washington State gets a rare sack tonight. Third down coming up.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
Hey, Red, what do you think are the best uniforms in where is Ohio State football uniforms of all time? I'm assuming you're asking what the best Ohio State uniform is of all time, and I would have to say I love the blackout. The blackout uniforms for Ohio State are absolutely great. That's my favorite alternate uniform, in my opinion. But the heritage stripe, they're pretty good too. With the black shoulder numbers, it's a good look. And we got a timeout called on the field. I don't know by who, but third down coming up. I just realized that my timeout, my TO, was missing. There we go. Thank you guys for joining me for this. We are covering, obviously, the game one of the Pac-12 championship between Washington State and Oregon State. This is a first of a two-game series between these two teams. Obviously, as we all know, the Pac-12 is still a two-team conference for at least this season. They did get 6 more teams to join them starting next year, mainly from the Mountain West. Also, randomly enough, Texas State. So there's that. Now, this is the first of 2 games between these two teams. Why are there 2 games between these two teams? Because there's something in the rule book that says they can't play twice. So this is game 1 of 2 tonight in Corvallis. Oregon State might be 1-7, but if they beat Washington State twice, they're conference champs. That's how it goes. And then they play tonight, and then they play one more time in the final week of the season on November 29th. And that'll be in Pullman, Washington. So again, Oregon State, they have a chance, and they have a better than good chance right now to potentially sneak one away from the Cougs. And then all they got to do is just beat Washington State again on November 29th, the last game of the season, and they will be Pac-12 champions regardless of their overall record with an interim head coach. And even if they lose this game tonight, it's highly unlikely they'll win the Pac-12 if they win in Pullman. But you never know. So it's going to be 3rd and 18 after the big sack for Wazu. And Johnson is sacked yet again. 4th down and a mile.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
And Washington State was the one that took that time out before we went to commercial. So there you go. So this has been a defensive battle. Very much so. And it's also been a lot of these two teams kind of just shooting each other in the foot and shooting themselves in the foot. Could you say that the Pac-12 title is a round robin? I mean, kind of. It kind of is. If they were smart, they would have made a best of 3 and said whoever won 2 out of 3 is the champ. But then again, you still have to play all 3 games regardless. So then if Wazu swept the first 2, the third would have been moot. But I mean, you know, what are you going to do? Meanwhile, in Toronto, it is the top of the 6th now after the Blue Jays didn't get much on that last inning. So I'm going to update the ticker. Hold on. There we go. And again, we're covering Game 7 of the World Series as you know, we get the opportunity to, unless something big happens. So, because I'm not stupid, I know that Game 7 of the World Series matters probably a little bit more than what we got going on here. So, 1st and 10 for Wazu, who is in great field position now after whatever the hell just happened. That I guess it was a shitty punt. I mean, they were backed up all the way to their 10-yard line, so they probably it was probably a bad punt. Great field position for Wazu. Run up the gut, gets 2 yards though. 2nd and 8 coming up here. Minute and a half to go here in the 3rd quarter. Clock is ticking down. We're getting close to the end here. So from the 43-yard line in Oregon State territory, Johnson's the quarterback, by the way. I'm just now seeing that question in chat. Johnson's the quarterback. Another run up the gut. 3rd and 6, probably, I would say, coming up, if I had to guess. 3rd and 6. It is. Why are you running the ball twice up the gut when that cast has been pretty freaking good tonight, at least in terms of getting yards on the passing? Dodgers have a runner on first, by the way, in the top of the 6th. Runner on first for the Dodgers. Top of the 6th. Nobody out. 3rd and 6 coming up here for Wazu from the 42-yard line. Eckhouse rolls to his right. He's looking to throw. Thrown behind his man. He had a guy wide open, and it's incomplete. Just could not get that ball out accurately. Oregon State gets away with one there. And 4th down coming up, and they're in no man's land. You're too close to kick a field goal. You're too far to kick a field goal, too close to really kick a punt, unless you want to try to pin them deep. And, Wazu, they had excellent field position in this one, and they just absolutely fucked themselves. They cannot get anything going. And the punt dies at the 15-yard line. So it's just a field position game at this point. The offenses on both sides are not cooking right now. It is a defensive stalemate. Meanwhile, in Toronto, we got runners on 1st and 2nd now for the Dodgers. Still very much they're looking to the bullpen again. Toronto is. Bassett, the reliever, is kind of struggling right now. But he does get one inside, strike one. Johnson hands the ball up from the middle for Oregon State. He's going to get out to about the 26-yard line, 2nd down. Saw a tremendous amount of bitching in the officiating in UT Vandy. I saw the 2-point play. What else happened? I'm trying to catch up still. I think Oregon will kick one more field goal. They're down by 4. A field goal is not going to help. They got to get a touchdown. We just hit the end of the 3rd quarter. Like, if you're Oregon State, you got to go. A field goal does nothing. Especially now that we're hitting the 4th quarter. Oh, umpire just missed a clear strike high. 2-1 against Teoscar Hernandez. So we're in the 4th quarter now. We're in commercial now, so it's just trying to waiting for the commercial to come back. 2-2 the count in Game 7 of the World Series. Teoscar Hernandez at the plate. Score is 3-1. Toronto leads, but LA has runners on 1st and 2nd with nobody out. Teoscar Hernandez at the plate. Bassett's in relief for Toronto. As a ground ball, the runners will advance. Now he gets one at 2nd. Now we got runners on the corners, one at 1st, one at 3rd. Tried to turn the double play, just was not quick enough on the throw. With one out in the top of the 6th now. Conservative play. Ohtani is not on base. Ohtani got pulled in the 3rd inning, by the way, after the 3-run bomb by Bo Bichette for Toronto to take a 3-0 lead then. He got pulled from the mound. So his night ended on the mound at least, but he's still in the lineup to bat, obviously. Otani just has not been playing that well the last 2 games. 1-0 the count. Edmund to plate. Fouled away. 1-1. Throws the pitch, popped up into the air into center field. That might be enough to bring the runner in from third, and it should be. Throws it home, and it will not be close. Los Angeles gets a run with 2 outs at the top of the 6th. It is 3-2 Toronto. LA is closing in on the Blue Jays. Still got a runner on first. You still got a runner on first. Otani was not on base. Otani was not on base, no. Still got a runner on first with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. LA down by 1. And you got Hernandez to the plate. You got strike 1. We just got back from commercial in Corvallis. Again, I will keep our main focus on the football game until that goes final. And then if you guys want to stick around after the football game, we'll talk about the World Series as it finishes up. Strike 2. Sinker. Low. 0-2 the count. 2 outs. Top of the 6th. Hernandez with a great opportunity here to try to tie this game up or even get a home run, but I don't know. Meanwhile, back in Corvallis, they hand the ball off at the middle. Oregon State takes over. They get maybe 2 yards, and that is going to be 3rd down coming up here. Actually, they ran the ball on a hurry up, and I wasn't even looking. 3rd and 3 now. Jesus. Meanwhile, Hernandez, base hit to the right side, and that is going to advance the runners. They got a runner now on 1st and 2nd with 2 outs. You got Yasevich and Dominguez warming up for the Blue Jays in the bullpen. 3rd and 3. And we got a false start penalty coming for the Oregon State Beavers right now. Quarterback moved, running back moved, everybody moved. It's a flag. It's ugly as shit. LA's got Miguel Rojas to the plate, by the way. I'm calling 2 sports at once, okay? Forgive me. I got the Sickos Bowl, and I got Game 7 of the World Series. You can't ask for any better if you're a sports fan right now. God, could you imagine if Toronto lost this World Series in Game 7 to the fucking Dodgers? God. With the run they've had, that would be brutal. It's going to be a handoff to the left side of the field. Pretty decent gain on the carry there. Going to be first down, maybe? Are they going to give him first down? Toronto might blow it. Yeah, it's not looking good right now for the Blue Jays. Counts 2-2 now against Miguel Rojas. It's not first down again, is it? I guess it is. Okay, it's 1st and 10 for Oregon State from the 37-yard line. And they hand the ball off at the middle, and it just absolutely gets clobbered by Wazu. 2nd down coming up here. It's going to be 2nd and long. 2-2 still the count in Toronto with 2 outs. Miguel Rojas at the plate. Runners on 1st and 2nd. Baseball is real easy to call. Baseball is so fucking easy to call when you're watching on TV. It's not even funny. Counts full. And meanwhile, there's a run up the gut again, and it goes nowhere again, and it's going to be 3rd and long again for the Beavers. This is a war. This is a fucking war that we got going on right here on both games, quite frankly. You got Blue Jays fans doing the surrender cobra in the stands. My God. Full count, 2 out. It's a grounder, infield grounder. And it's going to be a tag out by the pitcher. And that'll be the end of the top of the 6th. We go to the bottom of the 6th now. 3-2 is the score. I forgot to adjust the score when it happened, but it's 3-2 Blue Jays now, bottom of the 6th. 3rd and 13 coming up here for Oregon State. Pass is going to be Johnson's going to scramble to the right side here on the pass. Throws it away. It's going to be caught actually at the 45-yard line, but still short of the first down. Now they're saying it's incomplete. Now you got pushed out of bounds. 4th down and long for the Beavers. They're going to have to punt again. Good Lord. At a certain point, you got to think somebody's got to want to play some offense. Somebody's got to want to play some fucking offense at a certain point here. These two teams are just throwing turds at each other right now. I don't know what else to call it. I guess Johnson can't throw the ball very well. I don't know why. They're running the ball constantly. Like, we're flying through this game. It's 12 minutes left in the 4th. Let me look at the stats real quick that we have right now on this game. And Oregon State's got to punt the ball. They're on their own 34-yard line. They have to. Punters are getting a workout tonight. They're earning their scholarship tonight, guys. And that's going to bounce out of bounds at about the 36-yard line for Washington State. We do got a flag down. My God. What the fuck's going on? Johnson is 10 for 15 with 33 yards of passing. God damn, that's pathetic. Holding on Washington State on the punt. That's going to back them up 10 yards. So Wazu keeps possession, but now they're 10 yards further back. Yeah, Johnson has 33 passing yards at this point. He is 10 for 15. No touchdowns, no interceptions. Hankerson, the running back's got 17 carries for 74 yards. Meanwhile, it's the exact opposite for Washington State. Wazu's got 126 passing yards with Zach Eckhouse. That's, yeah, sure. But it's 2 interceptions for him. No touchdowns. Voorhees, the running back, has 33 yards rushing and a touchdown. That's it. Not much else. This is one of the games of all time. And as we progress, it's looking more and more likely that Wazu just is going to win because of attrition. It's 7-3. It's been 7-3 since, I want to say, the end of the second quarter. And, it's just been a defensive slog the entire way. It really has. So, meanwhile, it's bottom of the 6th now in Toronto. Blue Jays are up 3-2 on Los Angeles. 2-1's the count. And you got Clement at the bat for Toronto. That goes ball outside, 3-1's the count. Glass now is on the mound for Los Angeles. I mean, this game, honestly, it should be different, but Eckhouse threw 2 picks in the first quarter. He threw an interception in his own 15-yard line. Toronto gets a base hit. It's a single out to left. They got a runner on first, nobody out. All right. Back from commercial now. 1st and 10 for Wazu from their own 17-yard line. Good Lord. This is real sickos material right here. Gets blitzed. Quarterback gets hit on the throw. Incomplete. 2nd down. We got a flag down. What the hell was on? Well, who the hell is it on? And there is no foul. They're going to pick up the flag. So 2nd and 10 for Wazu now. Eckhouse fakes the handoff. Back to pass. Still looking. He's throwing it deep. He's got a man, and he has a step, but he overthrows him. Incomplete. 3rd and 10. And Toronto gets a hit deep right center field. The runner, he's rounding 3rd. He's heading for home. He scores. Toronto gets a run. It is 4-2 Toronto. Third and 10 now for Washington State. Snap. Eckhouse back to throw. Still look. He's throwing it deep, and it is tipped, not caught, incomplete. 4th down, 3 and out. Well, there you go. Another 3 and out by Wazu. This game is fucking dumb, man. This is so dumb to watch in person. It really is. It is 7-3 with 11:43 to go in the 4th, and neither team seems to be able to get the ball past the 50-yard line. Like I said, Wazu might just win this game because the time runs out. I don't know how else they're going to win at this point. Oh my God. We're going to commercial now. So again, if you're just joining us, Toronto, we're covering both this game, which is our primary reason for streaming tonight, but also Game 7 of the World Series, because I'm not a fucking moron. Of course, we're going to talk about Game 7 of the World Series. It's Game 7 of the goddamn World Series. Toronto has a runner on second with Springer to bat, and that pitch is high in the face of Springer. 1-1's the count. Bottom of the 6th, Toronto's up 4-2. Runner on second. Nobody out for the Blue Jays yet. Nobody out yet. Okay? Dodgers have been reeling all night since the Bo Bichette home run in the 3rd. When this game concludes, because this game is going to be over before the Game 7 of the World Series is over, we're going to stick around and stay on air and cover more of the World Series for a bit. Even though I'm a college football YouTuber, I respect that it's Game 7 of the fucking World Series. Springer now down 1-2 on the count. Because again, I'm not stupid. I know how this is. I know how it works. Pinning that comment for those that might join us later, because it is a big deal. It is a very big deal. We're back from commercial. Springer struck out. So we got one out now with Nathan Lukes at the plate for Toronto. I mean, yeah, of course it's good for versus evil. Fuck the Dodgers. I'm a Reds fan. I've always hated the Dodgers. They used to be our rivals in the National League West when we were in that division back in the 90s. First and 10 for Oregon State from the 36-yard line. Johnson, he's going to throw it deep, and that is caught. It's caught at the 39-yard line. Holy shit. That is caught at the 39-yard line. Johnson with his first big pass of the evening. Is he in bounds? Hang on. Is he in bounds? When does that foot go down? And they're going to pause everything and review that catch. It looked like his leg went out simultaneously with his foot. Meanwhile, in Toronto, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is at the plate for the Blue Jays. Toronto has a runner now at third. The base runner at second stole third. It is 4-2 Toronto with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at the plate. And he's going to grab this out to the shortstop. And that is it for the sixth inning. Does Oregon have a chance to score? Maybe. They're reviewing the catch right now. So again, Oregon State, for the first time all night, have what appears to be a great catch. And they uphold the catch. So Oregon State is finally in Washington State territory for the first time, I want to say, since the second quarter. And they reviewed the pass. They reviewed the catch. It is upheld. And it is going to be 1st and 10 for Oregon State. I don't remember where they spotted the ball, though. I'm checking to see that right now. Oregon State is the only team in this first half with the first downs. They have 4 first downs in this half. Washington State has gone 3 and out every single time they touch the ball. Ball is on the 39-yard line in Wazu territory. Oregon State's going to run the ball up the gut. He's out to the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, inside the 5-yard line. The running back gashes the Wazu Cougars for 30 yards. And it is 1st and goal for the Beavers. We have offense. I repeat, we have fucking offense. 1st and goal. Hankerson now with over 100 yards rushing tonight. Johnson hands the ball off to Hankerson. He's going to dig. He's digging. Do they give it to him? They do. Touchdown, Oregon State.
Yeah, everyone come back. Woo! Who can stop me? Tell me. Who can stop me? What? Yeah. Woo!
In a defensive shootout that has more than lived up to the height of what has been of having a primetime game on CBS, this is an excellent football game. A defensive struggle for 45 minutes. We have a touchdown for Oregon State, and they take the lead 9-7. And with how Washington State has been playing on offense, I mean, it could be the dagger. I'm not kidding. They're double checking it to make sure he actually crossed the plane. It's a little bang bang. Okay, they cooking with grease. Yeah, they're cooking with grease, all right. God damn it. They're reviewing it, but I don't think they're gonna have enough to overturn it. Again, it looks like that his ass hits the ground about where the ball is at. I would imagine. They're gonna call him short, so it is not a touchdown. They're gonna mark the ball at the 1 yard line where his ass hit the ground. So we'll take those points off the board, but I think it's academic. It's 2nd and goal from the half-yard line. You got 6 inches. You got a football's length to get a football across the goal line. It's not that hard. We have 10 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. I'm trying to keep it updated as best I can. We got 10 minutes left in the 4th. So 2nd and goal. And the ball, they're going to say it's at the 1. Yeah, at the 1 on the dot. And Hankerson, this time, they're not going to deny him. He jumps into that end zone. It's a touchdown for real.
Yeah, everyone come back. Woo! Who can stop me? Tell me. Who can stop me? What? Yeah! Woo!
And with 9:52 to go in the game, officially, Oregon State now has the lead. With all 3 timeouts as well. So they have full control over the game at this point. This is setting up something crazy to think about. Washington State. Hang on, we got the extra point. And it's good, 10-0. So, or 10-7. So this is setting up something interesting here. Again, this is game 1 of 2 for the Pac-12 championship. Okay? There's a flag for a neutral zone infraction by Washington State. It's getting waved off, whatever. So if Washington State loses this game, that pretty much means it's win or go home for Wazu when they play Oregon State in game 2 in Pullman on the final week of the season. Oregon State's 1-7 right now, and they might win the Pac-12. 2025 college football, everybody. Meanwhile, top of the 7th, we have a fly out to center field. Ohtani was able to get on first with a single, I think. He got a base hit and got on first base. Freddie Freeman's at the bat for the Dodgers. And Trey Yesavage is in at relief for Toronto, the hero of, I want to say, game. People were talking the fuck about him about, I think it was game 5, where he went lights out on LA. Okay, the reason why, again, you got to remember, this is a 2-team conference. If Oregon State beats the only other team in the Pac-12 twice, they win the conference. That's how that works. Okay? That's why. You know, Oregon State, they could have gone 2-10 this season, but if both of those wins were against Washington State, in terms of conference play, it doesn't fucking matter. And frankly, if Washington State is dumb enough to lose to Oregon State twice, they don't deserve to be conference champions anyway. Fuck, I'd say losing to Oregon State once does not allow them the chance to be conference champions either way. Back in Toronto, 2-1 the count. Freeman at the plate. Yesavage checks Ohtani. The ground ball. They're going to try to turn 2. They get 1. And they get the double play. And that ends the 7th inning. LA comes away empty-handed after getting Ohtani on first. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It's a 7th inning stretch in Toronto. 4-2 Blue Jays knocking on the door of history. What the fuck? USC up 21-17 on Nebraska. They came back. Okay. And we got a kickoff out of bounds for Oregon State. That's going to give Wazu excellent field position to start their next drive. Not that it means anything. Their offense can't get shit going. This could be a fun finish in Corvallis. At the end of the season, can we get a what the fuck is a targeting call compilation? It's been ridiculous all year. Man, if I had to go back and look at every single targeting call, the video ain't going to be out until next season. Trust me. I hate the targeting rule, not because that of the fact that it exists. There should be a targeting rule to keep players from hitting each other in the head. The fact that you eject the players for accidentally hitting somebody in the head is why I hate the rule. Why are you throwing them out of the game? If it's deliberate, sure, but if it's not, why the fuck are you doing that? That's extreme. 1st and 10 for Washington State. Eckhouse throws it off, and it's going to be a first down. Their first time they've gotten a first down in this second half. Quick pass underneath to the check down option, and they finally get a first down, and I think the Cougs are scared. Eckhouse back to pass, throws it again. It's going to be caught past the 50-yard line. Another good gain, not enough for the first, but it's going to be 2nd and 7. Maybe we're just seeing more games this year. I mean, it's always been kind of rough, the targeting calls. It's always such a weird thing to try to manage. 2nd and 4, Eckhouse hands the ball off at the middle. That's going to be a first down and a good chunk more. Wazu's driving, man. They're out to the 36, 37-yard line. We got a flag down. Hold the horses. Flag down, flag down, flag down. We're in commercial in Toronto right now, so this is the only game we're talking about. Holding on Washington State. Another penalty handicaps the drive. That's the other thing about Wazu tonight. Every time they've gotten something going, they shoot themselves in the foot with penalties. Whether it be holding, false starts, unsportsmanlike, you name it. They've absolutely just keep shooting themselves in the foot. Another game, for those of you interested, we just kicked off in Washington, and it's 0-0 still early in the first. I'm sorry, in Utah. Utah-Cincinnati has just kicked off. We are back from commercial in Toronto. Bo Bichette, who got the home run to start the game off in the third, to start the scoring off in the third, is at the plate. 2nd and 14 for Wazu. Back to pass is Eckhouse. He's still scrambling. He's going. He's running up midfield now, out to the 40, and that's going to be a first down for Wazu after getting a holding penalty that backed them up into their own 40. They're out to the Oregon State 40. Oregon State's defense starting to break down now. Snap, Eckhouse. He's keeping the ball, and he's running for it again. He's out to about the 34-yard line. 2nd down coming up for Wazu. They're going quick. They're trying to hurry this up. They know they got to at least get a field goal on this drive if they have any hopes of winning this game. The defense for Oregon State is absolutely falling apart right now. Wazu is just doing what they want. Eckhouse, back to pass. He's still looking, and he's going to go down. He swarms. It's a sack.
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
So another thing that usually kills Washington State's drives is the defense getting a hold of Eckhouse. Third and 10. Bo Bichette strikes out for Toronto. 3rd and 10 coming up for Wazu. And Wazu has been pitiful on 3rd down in the second half. Eckhouse back to throw. Still looking. Steps up in the pocket. Trying to make moves. He's not going to get it. It's 4th down at the 35-yard line. Does your kicker have the leg to make it? And Eckhouse is a little banged up on the play. 4th and 7, what do you do? Field goal would tie it, but are you able to make a field goal at the 35? Looks like they're going for it. It's 4th and 7. The offense hasn't left the field. They're going for it. Washington State's 9-11 for fourth down this season. They're the fourth best team in FBS when it comes to going for it on fourth. Too far away for a field goal. Punting it's useless now. They got to go for it. 6.5 to go in the fourth. Snap. Eckhouse back to throw. Oregon State rushes 4. It's thrown. It's caught, but it's not even close to the first down. Turnover on downs. Turnover on downs for Wazu.
I don't believe it. That kind of shit is just unacceptable.
Holy shit. I guess their kicker just does not have the leg to make a 45-yard field goal or some shit. I don't know. No, it wouldn't have been 45. It would have been a 50-something yard field goal, and they weren't confident in his legs. So, yeah. And Oregon State's going to take the ball over on downs with 6 minutes to go. We're in commercial for an injury timeout as well. So for Wazu. So we're going to go back to Toronto for a second here. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th, game 7 of the World Series. 4-2, Toronto leads. Got Kirk at the plate for Toronto, and that's going to get down for a base hit. It bounces all the way to the left fielder. Teoscar Hernandez will pick it up, and Kirk's going to get about to the first. He's going to get to first base, and that's it. So a single to right field. Toronto desperately trying to get some distance on the Dodgers. It is way too close for comfort. Washington State, they got the ball to about the 30-yard line, but they were nowhere near close enough for the first down, which was at the 20-something. So Oregon State's got okay field position, not great, not terrible. So here we go for Oregon State. Now they got a chance to do something here. I mean, they were in no man's land. 1-1's the count. They got Varsho to the plate for the Blue Jays. All right, so 1st and 10 for Oregon State. Wazu has 2 timeouts remaining in this game. Oregon State has all 3. They're going to run the ball. That's what they've been doing all day. And Oregon State's not going to get anywhere. They're met at the line of scrimmage, so 2nd down coming up. Meanwhile, Toronto Varsho is now down 1-2 on the count. Runner on first, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. God. The amount of sweat that's got to be pouring out by the fans in Toronto has to be maddening. And Varsho strikes out. That's the end of the 7th. And they're going to run the ball to the outside, Oregon State, but he only gets maybe half a yard on the carry. 3rd down coming up. Oregon State's just trying to burn clock at this point. They're not going to burn much, but they're trying. Top of the 8th coming up in the World Series. While we are still trying to decide who wins game 1 of the Pac-12 championship. 3rd and 8 coming up for Oregon State. Ball is on the 35-yard line. There's the snap. They're going to hand the ball up at the middle, and they're going to get to about the 40, but that's it. That's all she wrote. With 4.5 to go in the 4th quarter, it's 4th down and 5 coming up here for the Beavers. They are going to have to punt the ball. And this is going to be a critical drive coming up here for Washington State. If they do not have a good night, PSU, if they do not get anything on this next drive, it's game over. They had a lot of success on the last drive. They drove down the field quick, but then they stalled out thanks to penalties. And then they turned it over in no man's land. Punt is away. It is a good punt. It is going to be caught at about the 10-yard line. Returner going out to the 20, out to the 25, 30, 35, 40. He's still in bounds at the 50, and he's brought down at the 44-yard line. Washington State completely flips the field on that punt return, and they have excellent field position now going into this next drive. Probably the most important drive of the game coming up right here. Great punt return. It was fielded inside the 10-yard line, and he brings it to the Oregon State 44-yard line. The punter just did not even try. So 1st and 10, 3 minutes, 59 seconds to go. 3 minutes, 59 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. Wazu has been getting shut down all night by Oregon State. Eckhouse has 35 yards passing in the second half. It is not looking good for Washington State, but this could change it right here if they can get some points out of this drive. We could be seeing overtime. Eckhouse hands the ball off at the middle, and he's going to break free. He's out to about the 31-yard line. That's going to be a first down for Wazu. Ran by Woods. $41 people watching us live. Dan, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. We are also covering Game 7 of the World Series as well. When this game concludes, we will put full attention on that. But right now, we are fully watching what's going on here. In Corvallis, 3.5 to go in the fourth. Ball is on the 31-yard line. Wazu has two running backs next to the quarterback. It's going to be a full shotgun formation. Snap. Eckhouse hands the ball off again. He's got a lane. He's out to the 20. Inside the 20-yard line, they're going to mark him down at about, I want to say, the 17-yard line. 1st and 10 for Wazu. 3 minutes to go in the fourth. Oregon State's defense is cracking. They do not have the wind, I guess. I don't fucking know. The offense didn't do shit when they had the ball. Didn't kill enough time at all. Washington State still has 2 timeouts, and we're approaching the 2-minute warning. You cannot afford a mistake now. Cannot afford a mistake now if you're Washington State. And that's a run up the middle. It's going to be met at the line. He's not going to get anywhere. Second down coming up. They're probably going to take it down to the 2-minute warning. And it looks like Wazu is going to try to run one more play here. And we got flinching. But they're not going to throw a flag. 2-minute warning. Who is we? I mean, I don't really have a dog in the fight. I kind of slip in and out of pronunciation sometimes. So 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning, whatever the hell you want to call it. We're at 2 minutes to go in the fourth. Meanwhile, back in Toronto, it is 1-1 the count. Muncie to the plate for the Dodgers. 1 out, top of the 8th inning. Yasevich at the plate. And Muncie, he barreled this one. It's going. It's gone. Home run. Muncie hits a bomb. And the Dodgers get a solo homer off Yasevich. 4-3 is your score. And could the World Series get any more dramatic than this? The Dodgers will just not go away. Max Muncy with a solo shot into the upper deck in right field. And that is too close for comfort if you're Toronto. Way too close for comfort. And you got Teoscar Hernandez to the plate for the Dodgers now. He is 0 for 2 tonight with a sac fly and an RBI in the fourth. Oh, okay. I got you, Steven. And that's going to be a grounder up the middle. They're going to get him at first. 2 outs. Teoscar just grounds out. He has not been able to do shit in Toronto and during the World Series at all. What's going on with NC State? What's going on with NC State? What's going on? And I think Yasevich is about to get pulled. Yasevich is being pulled from the mound. Oh, shit. NC State is beating Georgia Tech 48-36, just over 2 minutes to go. I am not kidding. Well, we were not looking. Georgia Tech is about to fall. 2nd and 10 coming up for Wazu from the 18. They're going to hand the ball off up the middle, and he's going to grind his way forward to about the 11. 3rd down coming up here for Wazu. Clock is still running. I mean, I agree. I think I was hoping Georgia Tech would survive and go undefeated all the way until they played Georgia, but yeah, I mean, it was always going to be tough for them to get there. The road is never easy. We're really starting to see who's going to last in this in the playoffs right now, in the hunt for the playoffs. We're really starting to see who's for real and who are pretenders. I wouldn't say Georgia Tech's a pretender yet. This would be their first loss of the season. Eckhouse takes the snap, rolls to his right, still going. He is going to be brought down, and it's going to be 4th down for Wazu. Possible field goal coming up. By the way, behind the line of scrimmage, so
This ain't no ballet, motherfucker. This is for real. Come on.
another sack. It's always the best It's always the best feel-good stories that get destroyed. Yeah, in college football, you're right. Jack Stevens to kick the field goal for Wazu. He's 10 for 11 this season. Longest is 49. No wonder they didn't have him kick earlier. 33-yard attempt. Snap down, kick on the way. It's no good. It's no good. He missed it. He missed it. He missed it wide right. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
What? Are you an idiot?
I do not believe what we have just seen. We got a flag down. I'm not sure why. We got a flag down, so let's see what they're calling. What is this flag about? Unsportsmanlike conduct on Oregon State after the play was over. It is still no good. Wow. Wow, man. Wow. Meanwhile, in Toronto, that is the 3rd out. We go to the bottom of the 8th in Toronto. Wazu has 2 timeouts left, so not all hope is lost yet. Wazu still has 2 timeouts. Oregon State has to get a 1st down to end this sucker. They do. Washington State has a chance. It's a very small chance, but it's still a chance. They have 2 timeouts with 1:05 to go in this ball game. Oregon State has the ball. It's 1st and 10. But still. Oh, no. Auburn lost against Kentucky. Hugh Freeze is gone. As a handoff up the middle. And that's going to be their first time out right there. Oh my God. Phoenix for the $2. What the fuck happened in Kentucky? We scored 3 points versus Kentucky. Dude, I don't know how to explain this to you other than the fact that his ass is fired. We've been focused on Game 7 of the World Series and what's been going on in Corvallis. But Auburn scoring only 3 points against the Kentucky Wildcats. Sam, get the hook. He's done. You are fired, Hugh Freeze. I am going to wait patiently for Pete Damel's tweet tomorrow afternoon. Oh, boy. Hey, Speed, I'm going to warn you now. Don't say that in the comments, please. I know you probably didn't mean it in that way, but don't say it, please. 2nd and 8. Coming up for Oregon State. Hands the ball off up the middle. And he's going to bounce to the outside. That's a first down. It's a first down. And Oregon State, by a fucking miracle, is going to take game 1 of the Pac-12 championship. They are going to knock off the Wazu Cougars in game 1 of the Pac-12 title. That's it. Show's over. Show's fucking over. Wazu has to win game 2 in Pullman, Washington to clinch the Pac-12 title. The last game of the season. They have to do that now. Holy shit. Wazu called their final timeout, but who gives a fuck at this point? Oregon State's going to take a knee and knock this sucker out. It's over. Holy fucking shit, what an upset. 1-7, Oregon State is now 2-7, and Washington State is on life support. Cinema, dude. Fucking cinema. Okay, now, Oregon State has to take one more knee, and then that's ball game, and we'll call final. And then we are going to turn all of our attention to what is currently happening in the World Series. And that is it. The second knee has been dropped. Your final score from Corvallis, Oregon. Oregon State beats Washington State 10-7. The first time they have won a game against an FBS opponent in nearly a year. You think I was right for calling this the Sicko Bowl? Because that was some sicko shit. What a game. What a fucking game. And meanwhile in Toronto, we got a massive base hit. That's going to be a double for Toronto. 4-3 is the score still, bottom of the 8th. And now, at this point, technically the live stream should be over. But I, like many of you, are very much a fan of all sports. And for the first time in the history of this channel, since we started calling college football games in 2023, we're going to talk baseball because it is Game 7 of the World Series, and I am not going to miss this opportunity to call it live. So we're going to talk college football, and we're going to talk about the World Series because the evil empire in the Dodgers in Major League Baseball is about to fall potentially to the Toronto Blue Jays. We shall see. I just want to say, what a great fucking football game. That was a hell of a defensive battle, but man, Washington State did themselves no favors. Oregon State's defense played incredible in the second half. They absolutely shut down Wazu. No question. That was all Oregon State defense in the second half. But you go back to the first half, you look at those 2 interceptions that Eckhouse threw, that is where everything just completely collapsed. Okay? So, I mean, what a hell of a win. A hell of a win for Oregon State. All righty. So this has been great. And now we are going to witness greatness, I think, in Toronto. Ooh. Oh boy. We're about to find out how many outs we have left in Toronto. Just waiting to see right now what we got going on here. So let's kind of start picking up the pieces here. We're going to talk college football, but we're going to talk World Series Game 7 as well. So if that's not what you guys want to listen to, I'm sorry, but this is important, and this is a big-ass moment. Game 7 of the World Series is always great. Because I love all sports. Lacrosse is take it or leave it, but everything else I like. So, yeah, by the way, we get an extra hour of sleep tonight, motherfuckers, so you can stay up late and not feel bad about it. Because it's going to be an extra hour of sleep. It just means it's going to be darker an hour earlier tomorrow, but it's okay. Sleep in, motherfuckers. Sleep in. All right. And we got actually a technical difficulty on the pitcher's mound. The grounds crew had to run out and fix a divot in the ground. Jesus. Okay, let's run through some of this shit in college football over the last hour, okay? Oregon State wins Sickos Bowl 4. They might win the Pac-12 championship at the end of November when they play Wazu in Game 2. We will find that out. I might stream that game live. I don't fucking know, man. We might just do that. That would be great, wouldn't it? Let's go curling. All right, let's check the scores around college football to see what else is going on right now, okay? So, huge upset brewing in North Carolina. Actually, it just went final. NC State has upset number 8 Georgia Tech. 48-36. Georgia Tech unbeaten no more. Oklahoma on the verge of a minor upset and potentially knocking Tennessee out of the playoff hunt. They lead 26-17 in the fourth. Utah is up 14-7 on Cincinnati. Arkansas State potentially about to knock off Troy. And everywhere else, other games that went final during this late window, I can't keep track of them all. Kentucky got upset 10-3 by Auburn. Hugh Freeze is out the door. He's fucking gone. Okay, he's fired. So those are the headlines that we got from our 8 o'clock window of games. Cincinnati and Utah are going to play late into the night. Hawaii and San Jose State are playing, but for the most part, that's week 10 wrapped up for the most part. We're still waiting to see what the final is going to be in Tennessee. But this is looking like I'm going to have to give Squid Tard some therapy on Monday. God damn it. All right, now, bottom of the 8th. Man on second for Toronto. Jimenez is at the plate, and he's trying to bunt. not quite getting it though. Blake Snell is on the mound for the Dodgers, bringing their starter in for relief, trying to get something going here. Alrighty, so runner at second, bottom of the eighth. 1-1's the count. That's a comebacker right at Muncy at third base. And Jimenez is out. So 2 outs now, bottom of the eighth. Yeah, I know. Small ball. Hey, when it's Game 7 of the World Series, man, everything's in play. Jeremy Johnson with a $10. Illogical is preparing to strip and run around his neighborhood. Oh, shit. Oh, we might have to invade his stream. I'm going to go say hi to my friend. How about those Blue Jackets? Yeah, Blue Jackets. They got the win tonight, didn't they? Yeah, Blue Jackets. I follow them casually. Thank you, Jeremy, for the 10. I really appreciate you, man. It's a hell of that's a hell of a thing, man. Long-time viewer. Thank you very much. So, fouled away. 0-2 is the count on Springer. I know. I saw Georgia Tech lost. They lost convincingly to NC State at that. I'm gonna have a long fucking day tomorrow trying to write Chaos 10. 0-2 the count on Springer. Snell to throw. Strike him out. 3 pitches. 0-3 strikeout. 2 outs. Here we go. All right, so bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. Davis Schneider up to the plate now for Toronto. Georgia Tech only punted once. NC State only punted once, but Georgia Tech could not stop the run whatsoever. My God. All right, guys. Well, we're about to have 2 streams at once here because I'm about to say hi to the boys. I'm gonna take off my Bluetooth headset because he was their backup. You know, NC State running back average like 9 yards a carry. Backup running back. That is insane.
But it doesn't look like much is happening there. And there's our boy Red. Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm still live on my stream, by the way.
Oh, you are? Oh, shit.
Yeah, because it's Game 7 of the World Series. Of course, I'm going to be live.
Yeah, I'm hyped, dude. I'm hyped. Shut up.
Shut the fuck up. For those of you that are not aware, or Logical Canadian is a diehard Jays fan.
He will kill you. I've seen him do it before. He will kill people.
Yes, he will. The amount of times.
Oh, hey, right. Speaking of which, there's a tournament going on to see who John Cena's final opponent is going to be.
Oh, no shit.
Wrestling suit back on. They need you.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good, brother. I'm good. I don't need any of that smoke. It is 2-2, by the way, with 2 outs.
In his final match.
2-2 is the count with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th.
Oh, I misread that.
Oh, strike 3, and down he goes. That's the end of the 8th inning, and this is it.
2-2. coming right now to Shiner. And strike 3. We are on to the top of the 9th. Jay's up 4-3. This could be the final frame of baseball this season. If I hear one spoiler,
You're gonna die.
All right, so you heard it there. It is the top of Seth Rogen. I can't believe that's funny as shit. Yeah, so we're at the top of the 9th now. This is it right here, boys. Ball game. Well. Seth Rogen, huh?
you are now Seth Rogen according to Steve.
So we got Brad who's Seth Rogen, Illogical who's Abraham Lincoln, and Doug who's, you know,
Abraham Lincoln. I don't want to-
How the fuck am I Seth Rogen? Guys, do I look like Seth Rogen? Chat, do I look like Seth Rogen? Answer honestly, okay? I don't look like Seth fucking Rogen. Come on now. I'm not that much of a stoner. Ain't no way. I haven't smoked pot in like a year, allegedly.
You want 10 people in here on both streams? Please feel free to like. Phoenix with the $1.99 super chat. Hey,
basketball girl and some crazy guy.
Hey, Phoenix with the $1.99 on my stream. Thank you, Phoenix. He says Red Rogan.
You don't have to do another acid joke Burns this week because Florida State won.
Yeah, thank God. But now I got a buttload of shit that I got to work out here with everybody else because Georgia Tech lost, Vandy lost, fucking Miami lost, Tulane lost. I'm in a world of hurt.
Okay, here's the thing. If the game was in Nashville, Vandy, I think would have been favored, but because it was in Texas.
Steven, I appreciate you giving me some confidence back. Thank you, sir.
you know what's crazy? So in Squid Server, like I'm doing a Division 1 overall top 25. And so far, I've got the projected conference champions. Because Oregon State leads in the Pac-12, I'm going to have to rank a team with a losing record.
Oh, Jesus. That's insane.
Are you trying to make Red lose it?
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
Guys,
Some-
I'm asking for silence.
All right. I'm going to shut the fuck up then.
Silence.
We're just showing a review of the game. Before we get back,
Yo, man. Yes, sir.
All right, so 3 outs away. We are 3 outs away from the World Series being over. We have Hernandez at the place for Los Angeles. This is where legends are made right here, right now. 1-0 is the count. Hoffman's at the plate for Toronto, okay? I know Squid's losing his shit, but we got the bottom of the 9th in the Game 7 of the World Series. Top of the 9th in Game 7 of the World Series. Strike 1. Hernandez swung on it. Hernandez swings at strike 1. Like you're both white dudes with a little bit of face and a little bit of weight in your face. It's the only similarity. Okay, fair enough. Elva's got a reference to Colonel Rebus crying. Jesus Christ. All right, 1-1's the count. Nobody out. Top of the 9th. Hit, but fouled away. 1-2. 1-2 is the count. Kike Hernandez at the plate. They're behind on the stream a little bit here. Try not to spoil it for them if you can. First time we've ever done baseball on this channel, and it's a good one. Strike 3! Hernandez strikes out at the plate. The Jays are 2 outs away. The Jays are 2 outs away.
2.
First strikeout for Hoffman.
And look who comes to the plate now. Next up, Miguel Rojas. 1 for 3. Single in the 5th. Strike 1. Rojas swings that one in the dirt. Oh, boy. It's getting good. It's getting good. It's getting good. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. In the dirt again. This time he holds firm. He holds firm. 1-1's the count. One and one is the count. Miguel Rojas at the plate. 1 out. Top of the ninth. Toronto has a 1-run lead. It could all be over or it could continue on. We don't know. That pitch is also low. He looks at it all the way through. 2-1. Hoffman is just throwing straight gas. God, imagine the nerves of being a Blue Jays fan right now. 30 years. I can't imagine. Top popped in the air. Popped in the air. Will they be able to field it? No, it's in the stands. It's a foul ball. 2-2 is the count. 2-2 is the count. Oh boy. What a way to end the evening. Popped in the air again. Another foul ball. We do it again. Miguel Rojas is 1 for 3 tonight at the plate. Hoffman, 13 pitches into his relief stint, trying to get the save, a Game 7 World Series save. High. It is a slider. It is high. It is a full count. You could cut nails with this tension. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The throw. Rojas hits it. It's long. It's deep. It's gone. Home run. Los Angeles ties it. Los Angeles ties it at 4. And the oxygen has been sucked out of Rogers Center. This is incredible. Logical losing his shit. I feel for him, man. Holy fucking shit. What a game. The Dodgers have life. And look who's at the plate. Shohei Ohtani. And he's going to pop it up. And it's going to be an out. 1 pitch, 1 out. It's going to take the bottom of the ninth to determine this one. Potentially, the bottom of the ninth is going to have to determine this one. Holy shit, what a moment this is. We could be in for another long night here. I don't know if I would stream if we went to 18 fucking innings or something, but we could be in for a long one now. Hold on to your ass. Strike 1 on Smith. 2 outs in the ninth. Will Smith, he looks at another strike. 0-2 is the count. Trying to get out of the inning without avoiding any more damage. Miguel Rojas, it's his first home run since September, by the way. Miguel Rojas, the biggest swing of his life. My God. And a ball in the dirt. 1-2 the count. Jesus Christ. And another ball in the dirt. Going to be 2-2 the count. God, baseball is stressful, man. Baseball is so stressful. Here's the deal, guys. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. If the game isn't over at the bottom of the ninth, we're going to call the stream because I'm not a baseball channel and I do got to get some work done. 3-2 now the count. Hoffman outside again. Payoff pitch. And they're going to call it strike 3. That is outside. They missed that call badly, but the Jays benefit strike 3. Yeah, of course, real. Hey, Sooners, game's not over yet, guys. Akbar's already been sweating buckets. Oh, boy. Are they coming back? Jays have a chance now to do what they did in 92 and walk it off. Can you imagine if they walk it off in Rogers Center again all these years later? That would be cinematic. Tennessee came back. What the fuck? It is 26-24 Tennessee. Tennessee got a touchdown. Oh, my Lord. Well, boys, yeah, I just got done covering that game. You want to know how it went? Yeah. Oregon State. Oregon fucking State. 1-7 Oregon State beats Washington State and can clinch the Pac-12 championship if they win game 2 the final week of the season.
Because I'm doing my overall rankings and I'm doing the projected conference
You mean your
champions right now.
rankings?
I'm gonna have to rank Oregon State with a losing record. What the
Yep.
hell?
You're going to have to, yeah, you can do that. Because Oregon State currently is in first place in the Pac-12 by some.
Honestly, well, you don't need to really rank.
Oh, boy. All right. Well,
Bottom of the ninth.
bottom of the ninth is coming up.
First is
Vladimir Guerrero is coming to the plate for the Toronto Blue Jays in the bottom of the ninth in Game 7 of the World Series. Is he going to be the hero that the Blue Jays need? Oh, my God. The last time the Los Angeles Dodgers won a game after trailing by a run in the 8th inning was 1986. This is insane. This is genuinely insane. Regardless of what happens in this inning, we're calling it after the 9th inning because I got to get off of here in a bit. So here we go. All right. So here we go. Bottom of the ninth. Vladimir Guerrero to the plate. Ball 1. Ball 1. Nobody out. We just started the bottom of the ninth. Will there be a miracle? Ball 2. Ball 2. And the 2-0 pitch coming right here. 3-0. 3-0 pitch. See if they're going to throw it down the lane. Swung on and hit in the air. Deep. Back towards the center field wall. Short. He's out. One out. Vlad got a hold of that one, but just got underneath of it. did not quite get it all. So here we go. One out now. Bichette to the plate. Bo Bichette, who got the 3-run blast in the third inning. Here we go. 0-1's the count. Ball 1. Change up outside. Not quite there. Let's see what happens here. Just outside on the outside top corner there. 2-1's the count. Can Bo do it again? Can Bo do it again? Hits it. It's out to left field, and that's going to be a base hit. And Bichette will be on first with 1 out. Logical reaction.
Go ahead, run on first. And now up is Addison Barger.
Oh boy! Apparently, the football gods decided one drunk game for the FBS to report to cover cover live wasn't enough. Yeah, no shit. And this is they got a pinch runner on now for the Dodgers. Yamamoto's getting loose for Los Angeles. Ball 1. It's low and outside. Blake Snell is struggling now. 20 pitches into relief. He's having a hard time dealing with the pressure, looks like. Yeah, Yamamoto is in for relief in the bullpen. He's warming up. Ball number 2. Snell pitching himself into a bind. It is Barger at the plate for Toronto. Oh, boy. Let's see what happens here. People are freaking out because Yamamoto's warming up. Strike 1 on the edge. Low and outside, but it hits the black. It's a strike. And Dominguez is getting loose for the Jays as well. Umpires are getting trashed on X right now. It's funny. Ball. Oh, my God. That's a strike. That was below the knees. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. 2-2's the count with 1 out. Runner on first for Toronto. And swing and fouls it. And the ball hit Barger on the swing. Right off the ankle, too. That's got to hurt. Yeah, right off his foot. That's got to fucking hurt. Yikes. Oh, boy. Yamamoto just pitched for Los Angeles yesterday, apparently. That's why people are freaking out. Barger's hurting, but he's going to try to finish the at-bat. Again, 1 out, bottom of the 9th. 2-2's the count. I genuinely don't know what's going to happen here. Jesus fucking Christ. This is why I was never meant to be a baseball channel. I was never meant to be a baseball YouTuber. Absolutely not. No way. Jesus Christ. What a game, man. What a night this has been for streaming, right? All right, so he's going to finish his at bat. Let's see what happens. And swung on. It's going to be a blooper, but it goes just beyond the line. It's going to be a foul ball. Blooper down the third base line. crosses the chalk. It's foul. Oh, God. This is going to be a battle of an at bat, isn't it? Again, Barger's at the plate for Toronto. Snell is on the mound. 2-2 is the count. 1 out. Bottom of the ninth. Toronto has a runner on first. Tie game 4-all. This is for all the fucking marbles, man. Pop up. Foul to the left side. We do it again. The more this at bat drowns on, though, the more you got to wonder how soon they're going to put Yamamoto into this game after pitching last night. Thank you, Steven. Ooh, yeesh, those beats. Good Lord.
7 pitches in 7. That's what it means. We're about to reach the 8th pitch in that man.
Swung on. No, he didn't. He held his swing. It's in the dirt. 3-2 is the count. And full count now with 1 out and a runner on first. 1 out and a runner on first. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. See what happens here. The pitch. And he walks him. Snell walks Barger. We got runners on first and second. And Yamamoto is coming into the game. We got a runner in scoring position in Game 7 of the World Series in the bottom of the 9th. Oh, boy. A base hit will win the World Series for Toronto. Alejandro Kirk's going to come to bat for the Blue Jays, and Yamamoto is going to come in here. Tennessee is losing? Yeah, I know. Yeah. We got 1 out still in the bottom of the 9th. Hang on. I'm going to update the banner again. There we go. That should keep you guys informed. That should help. Oklahoma is up 33-27 on Tennessee. I think that's going to hold. Tennessee's got the ball, though. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, my God. Yeah, Squid's got some shit going on. That's all I'm going to say there. I see this comment on one of the Discords I follow. Bichette and Rojas. One of them will be immortal. The other will be forgotten. God damn. We are a sacrifice fly away, potentially. I don't know about that, though. We're a base hit away for sure, I think. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is on the mound for the Dodgers. In 5 starts this postseason, he is 4-1 with a 1.56 ERA. He pitched a game last night. Los Angeles has burned through 4 starters now in this ball game. It's Game 7. There's no tomorrow, so you gotta. Tennessee, there's under a minute to go, and I don't think that the Volunteers are going to win this one. Let me take a look here. So let's see. I'll keep an eye on Tennessee as best I can. And that is a splitter to the bottom right side. It's going to be a strike on Kirk. 0-1's the count. 1 out. The onside kick is not successful for Tennessee. Oklahoma's going to win the game. And hit. He's hit. He's hit on the pitch. Oh, my God. Yamamoto hit the batter. Oh, no. Disaster. Oh, my God. A sacrifice fly wins this game. Oh, my God. Yamamoto hit the batter in the forearm. And Dalton Varsho now has a chance to walk off the World Series in Game 7. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Could you imagine if he walks it off of the Grand Slam? That would be an all-time moment in baseball history, I think. It's sports history. Hey, I'm a baseball guy. When it's on. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. No fuck-ups anymore. This is where everything hits the road. Arkansas State upsets Troy, ties second most sacks in a game in school history. Oh, my God. They had a lunch, didn't they? Could you imagine if Yamamoto hits him and he walks it off because of a walk? Imagine a walk that walks off the World Series. That's got to be the most anticlimactic World Series in history. Way to end the World Series. They're doing a substitution now in the outfield. They're bringing in Pages for the Dodgers into the outfield. I guess to have a little more speed on the throw. Andy Pages is going into center field. Oh, boy. In terms of sports, like I'm a college football guy first and foremost, and I'm always going to be. But in terms of sports, Game 7 of the World Series is up there with the Super Bowl. It's up there with the NBA Finals. It's up there with the national championship. It surpasses the national championship, to be completely honest with you, in terms of importance. It's up there with the World Cup. It's up there with the Olympics. It's big. It's fucking huge. Okay. You can't have a ground ball. You can't strike out. Either one ends this fucking game. Either one ends the inning, I think. So there we go. Bottom of the 9th, 1 out, bases juiced. Varsho takes a ball, 1-0. Do they go? Does he try to bunt? Does he do a suicide squeeze? Because if he gets the ball up the line far enough, it'll score the runner. And fouled. Hit down the first base line and fouled. One on one's the count. Strike 2 on the edge, outside. Oh, boy. What do you do? Does Varsho go for the squeeze? It's a grounder right to the second baseman. Throw for home. He's out. Miguel Rojas fields the ball at second, fires it home, and he is out. Wait a minute. Hold everything. They're going to review. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. No way. He's off the base. Is he off the base? Oh, God, it's so close. Oh my God. Where is the foot and where is the ball? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, good luck reviewing that, New York. Holy shit. Is it out or is he safe? Bang, bang at the plate. Oh my God, he barely beat the fucking foot. My God. Just barely, just fucking barely. Oh my God. Ernie Clement to the plate. They're not going to review it. Blue Jays agree. He's out by an inch, but he's out. They're that close. Popped it up and still going, still going, still going. 3 outs, and we go to extras. Wow. World Series Game 7 goes to extras. And unfortunately, this is where I must sign off. It's been 4 hours. I need to get this script started and go to bed. So I just want to take a second to say thank you guys very much for sticking around for not only this game, not only for Washington State versus Oregon State, but for Game 7 of the World Series. It's going to extras. Go check out Illogical Canadian and follow his ass. So go check out Illogical Canadian's channel if you want to finish watching coverage. I'm going to sign off. I got to do some shit, but hey, let's see what the fuck happens. We'll see what happens in the World Series. Thank you very much. Have a good night.